No, not even 20, 18, just out of high school. He was going to offer him 16 an hour just to come to work.
We're just waiting.
You won't take it?
Chris Forsyth might be a little late.
Okay.
My dad said.
And if he can't show up at all, then Bob Cooney will be here.
Unless I'm going to get 20.
Should I have his
And he
name
knows
tagged?
nothing.
Speak up.
And he's
There
probably
he is.
right.
Hey.
And he can
Okay,
probably
thank
get
you.
it right there.
Yeah, sure.
I bet he gets it. I mean, how
It evens it out.
hours to sling hamburgers?
How are you?
Good. We still learn
Sit next to that almost like that. Yeah.
you know, in a matter of a few
Good.
hours.
Chris, how are you?
Good,
I
good.
don't have an agenda, I don't really.
You running in this hot weather?
No, just, yeah,
let's
just
see,
have
what's
it
the last
nearby and, thank you. I don't think I really need one, but,
Yeah. You got in the water yet?
I'm so frustrated.
Uh,
I
yeah.
can't help. I'd
Yeah,
fire
I've
him
been
in a heartbeat if I
swimming.
thought I could put anybody
Water's nice.
in the grape better than they are.
My mother-in-law was in town, so we took her out to dinner at Jelly Mountain.
All the time.
just waiting on Bill Hendry.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, and it was such a nice night. I
Live.
was like, man, I should have brought my bathing suit.
It is,
Yes.
just a little early,
I just
so,
walk out and work my dock in the morning.
Bill,
Just every morning I take a swim in the water.
gonna sit in the corner and wave at us if we do something horribly bad.
Yeah, it is.
Which paid real well.
Do we need to put our names on these? So they're anonymous, right?
They're not turned in, they're just so that later on you can use them to help. Here comes Bill. Okay, we're ready.
Let me,
So they have
I think
12
Chris is,
questions that were
James
given
going
in
to introduce
advance?
the candidates? Or?
Sarah's ready.
Yes, you do.
We need to get going, so Bob will behave. Okay, are we ready in there, I think? Okay. We will call to order Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners special meeting for the purpose of county administrator interviews. And we will start with the pledge. Bob, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have an opportunity for first public comment. Well, oh yeah, roll call. It was hidden in there. Sarah, roll call, please.
Lathrop,
I'm here.
Mayor,
Here?
Gorfulet,
Here.
Wheelock,
Yes, ma'am.
Klaus,
Here.
Johnson, Crawford.
Here.
Thank you.
Now we have a chance for first public comment.
Would you like me to read the rules?
Anybody? I guess you have to. Go ahead.
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners which is required to be open to the public under the provision of Michigan Open Meetings Act as amended. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board shall state his or her name and address. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, extend the amount of time any person is allowed to speak.
Anyone for first public comment? Anyone of the four sitting out in public? No? Okay. We will move on. James, welcome.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you again for the opportunity to present 3 candidates this evening. Couple of notes and then we'll roll right into it because I'm sure we're going to spend quite a bit of time in the most important phase as we move through this process. In front of you, you should have question and note sheets for all 3 candidates. They're the same. Candidate name could go on top. Those are for your use and to facilitate the discussion after the interviews. They're your pieces of paper to use as you see appropriate. They also have question guidelines for the part of the interview after the standard questions for you to consider when you're asking your questions. There will be 3 parts to the interview. The first will be questions by the commission chair. The second will be questions from commission members as recognized by the chair. And the third would just be to the candidate if they have any questions of the commission itself. Prior to the actual interview, I would ask that the commissioners introduce themselves and provide a little bit of information of what you do besides serving the community as a commissioner. We'll have the interviews, and then at the end, we've reserved time to have some discussion about the candidates themselves. Each candidate has been asked to only enter the room when it's time and they're called upon, and then leave after their interview is complete. Obviously, this is a public recorded meeting, so everything is documented, but in order for integrity of question and to keep consistency and fairness for the candidates, I'm assuming they will all obey that professional request. Any questions for me before I introduce our first candidate?
All good?
Great.
Okay.
All right, our first candidate is Thomas Pearson. I would like him to come on up to the hot seat. We don't have an opportunity necessarily in the format for him to give an opening statement. However, the very first question that is part of the standard packet certainly would provide the candidate that opportunity. That's at least the intent as we've designed it. So, Commission Chair.
Okay, so as he said, we're all going to introduce ourselves, so you know who you're dealing with today. Welcome.
Thank you.
Dan, you want to start?
Pardon?
Introduce yourself, please.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm Dr. Dan Lathrop. I'm a county commissioner, obviously. I'm in practice full-time as a reconstructive foot and ankle surgeon. I've been a doctor for 45 years. So I tell my friends I know what I'm doing now. And I love my job as a county commissioner. We're really happy to have you here interviewing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi.
Come on.
I'm Cheryl Follett. I'm an attorney. Been practicing for about 30 years. Mm-hmm. I'm a 5th-generation native of Grand Traverse County.
That's awesome.
It is awesome. I've been married for almost 40 years. I have 2 grown daughters and 5 grandbabies.
Bob Johnson, retired Coast Guard.
Go Coast Guard.
Yeah. Normally people won't say things. Currently work for Consumers Energy in a technical role as a supervisor.
I'm Carol Crawford. I'm the board chair. I'm also an accountant, sometimes full-time, sometimes part-time. I'm a full-time mom, and I moved here 15 years ago for a better life for my kids. So that's why I'm a county commissioner.
Super.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
My name's Ron Klaus. I'm commissioner in the rural districts, and I've been a contractor for 40 years with my brother, and still run a lot of work. Currently probably working on 16 homes, so along with other projects that we're doing. So I am busy as well, and again, appreciate you coming.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Sonny Wheelock. My family's lived within 5 miles of my home for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
I'm the third generation owner of a welding fabricating company that my grandfather started in 1946. I've been a county commissioner for 20 years. I was a Long Lake Township trustee for 18 years before that. So I know a little bit about the process, and sometimes I'm the historian in the room that, I tell people all the time, you can't plan for our future if you don't understand our past. Well,
Absolutely.
I quite often tell them about our past, so
Nice
thank
to
you
meet
for being here.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Mayer, and I've lived here since '87, own a 100-year-old home in town here. And this next week, the last week of this month, is our film festival, and I'll be an amateur photographer for that, for my 4th year. And I have 2 members in my immediate family who served in the military.
Thank you for that.
Okay, we'll get started.
Okay.
Ready? Okay.
Ready, set, go.
Why Grand Traverse County? Specifically, how do you think you fit with us, and how do we fit with you?
Well, it's a curious story, and those that know me, and I know you don't, but it's sort of an inside joke. I'm known for being long-winded, so I'm going to do my best here. But I've been in Michigan about 3.5 years. My last assignment was up in the Grayling area, Gaylord-Grayling area, and I was the base commander there for 2.5+ years, as well as a previous assignment before I took that position. And I grew up in western New York, south of Buffalo, the foothills of the Appalachians, rolling hills, very similar to this place, if you will. Grew up doing water sports and skiing in the winter, all that kind of good stuff. And we got here, we did not, my wife Amy and I did not know we were coming here, but what happened was I got a call one day and I said, hey, would you be interested in taking this position up in Michigan to be a base commander? And I said, that's hilarious. And Dr. Johnson, I know the Coast Guard a little bit, there's more to it than that. And they said, well, would you be interested? I said, sure, I'll put my name in the hat, because you never say no to command. Command is always good. And didn't hear anything for a couple of weeks. 3 weeks later, I got called by my 3-star and said, you're going to Michigan. And I showed up here December 1st, and I think the warmest it got that year was, 10 below zero, it seemed. But we had a great time. We really, I shouldn't say we grew to love the place. We liked it to begin with. My wife is from the New England area. She's a Navy brat growing up. She was 20+ years in the Army herself before she retired. And so we've seen a lot of places. We've lived a lot of good places, some not so good. We've had a long view of what's a great place to raise a family, what's great for business, living with the community at a level for sure. And when we got here, it became really evident, maybe this is a really good place, but again, you're military, and you say, well, but we're used to moving every 3-4 years, so how do you balance that? So what happened was, when I retired last fall, we got on the road, we made a dedicated effort, said we're going to do something that we have never been able to do, and it's partly based on the guidance you get when you retire. You have to go through all the retirement briefings, which I will say are mostly non-value added, but you have to check the block. And one of the things that stuck with me from mostly my colleagues was, you need to take a little time, decompress, think about things, etc., kind of get your head, clear. And we said, we're going to tour the country for a year in an RV. And my mom thought I lost what was left of my mind. That's the best way I could put it. So we left last year. We're right on a year ago. It would be a year in August we left. I had about 90 days of leave saved up, so we left first week of August. And we arrived back here this past weekend. So 30 states, 4 provinces, 38,000 miles. And the key thing, I say that for, we were looking, where are we going to live? We're going to put down roots. I have 3 kids. My youngest is 6. And we'd like to know where he's going to go to school. We homeschooled him this past year, which was awesome, is the right word, I think. My wife did most of it, of course. I did the music and the science. And that was a great experience. And we did like sort of the national park circuit. So Gavin has all kinds of badges. We love the national parks. He got a great view of not only sort of history, if you will, but some natural science, a lot of reading, all that good stuff. So it's all good. And then where are we going to live? We had kind of a list picked out, and you drive through and check this off. Well, we're never living there. That was not like we thought. And so the list, shortens to get a short list. But in the end, it kept getting bounced against up north, TC area, that kind of thing. In the end, it's like, okay, we might live in Montana. We could live in western New York, where I grew up. We could live in the Maine, New Hampshire area, where my wife has family. But the feel here is I know it sounds corny, but it really is a great feel. It feels welcoming. The people are great. We love winter, believe it or not. And we like being outside. And people here do not hibernate in the off season, if you will, like a lot of places. We've lived in the south, we lived in the north, we lived in the west. And it just really resonates, I guess. It's kind of a long way to say that, but I thought it was important. We spent the last 12 months trying to figure it out. We ended up coming back here anyway. But it was a great experience, and I identify with the variety here. I studied music for 12 years growing up. I have a minor in music theory. Got the things I know you saw on my resume and all that. But we want to do more. I was embedded in the community where I initially grew up and then lived and worked for a while. I worked growing up in a family business in construction and building trades, and I ended up being GM and then president for 8 years. Had a chance to go in the software industry and then in banking for a few years, which I did both. And then I was always part-time in the National Guard through all this. And the opportunity came up to go federalized in 2000. And, I really saw that as calling to do more. And so 33 some years later, I'm done with that chapter, but the service piece of it really resonates yet. And I'm looking, if I do something next, I'm going to do something that's value added, both to me, but to a community. I'm not just going to take a job. I'm going to take something that's a way forward for everyone. And I want to do something that makes a difference. And when I saw this position, I'm reading through it, and I see, shockingly, that's literally very similar to the job I just got done doing at Grayling as the base commander. Grayling, I think you probably know a lot of this, but it spans 3 counties. We have hundreds of miles of roads of various forms, obviously. We have hotel, we have recreation facilities, we have training facilities, obviously. We have just the gamut. We have all the departments from DPW through HR and trades and things like that, and fire and rescue, etc. And I was running that, first when I first came in as a deputy, and then I took it over full time. And so as I've been looking through the qualifications, I realized I don't have necessarily the county side or city government, etc. on the civilian side, but it really is very similar. In the military, on the bases especially, you don't just get units and people to come and train. You have to literally go out there, like economic development, business development, and ensure you're getting those units, those organizations to train. And also, it's kind of like a portfolio divestiture thing. We don't have just military. I have state police, the whole state of Michigan comes there. The SWAT comes there. We have the local county law enforcement, first responders, DNR, all these very customer bases. And everybody has a different need and a different requirement, but in the end, it's about servicing the customer. And I take that a little bit to be the taxpayer in this analogy. And it worked out, I thought, pretty well in terms of qualifying me with the experience locally, but with the national and international small business through government at a level experience for this position. I've seen kind of a lot of great things. I've seen some great examples of how not to do something, and I've lived through that, as part of an organization several times. So I've seen the bad, I've seen the good, I've seen what's generally okay, and I think the lessons I take from that are every place can be improved. I think it's incumbent upon whoever's seen as the person leading that organization to not just be the leader. You have to be the mentor. You're a coach. You're part of a team, and the team doesn't have an eye in it. I found at Grayling that morale was very low at a point when I took over, and it was low with the community. I was extremely surprised. I mean, not not welcome at places, but sort of seen askance. And we did a lot of image repairing in those 2.5, 3 years, if you will. So it's a combination of, I like the area, I explained that. It's a family-centric place, and I want to be more part of it. We would take day trips here on a regular basis. My wife and I and Gavin, my 2 girls, are grown. And so, sorry, my one passed away 2 years ago, but so we would see, the great value of Traverse City and the greater area around Traverse. And so this kind of become a full circle, sometimes misadventure, but it was pretty much a good adventure. and that's why I'm here, quite frankly.
Okay, thank you. So I'm assuming that you've researched Grand Traverse County somewhat. And
ma'am.
so what do you believe are the most important opportunities and challenges currently and maybe in the future for the county? But what are our current
Sure.
challenges?
Sometimes that's the different sides of the same coin. I think that the tourism is an obvious. The Cherry Festival, we have the Music Festival, and just the general waterfront and et cetera are very big draws. And we've come to these events and different things just for dinner. That's great. I think there's a great restaurant industry. Small business feel is alive and vibrant and well. I think like any organization, the challenge is managing the successes with what comes with success. There's more stuff, and then there's friction points, and then what do you do about that? I think there's opportunity to balance that. I know over time, always technology infrastructure becomes issues. Well, I experienced that firsthand at Grayling. I do think a challenge that's not news, to you all, and I've been reading about it and learning about it, is the ongoing increasing balanced budget issue. And that's something I think combined really with employee morale are I would say 2 things that need immediate attention. And I've been a positive change manager in my experiences in different organizations, both military, government, small business, and I think I could bring some views and some action that would be helpful in those regards.
Okay, good. If you could, please describe in detail a project or a program that you created or initiated that enhanced your internal organization where you were at the time, and a different project or program that enhanced the external community, so
Sure.
where you worked and then the community you were in.
When I was in my posting before this in Virginia, Northern Virginia, I was the Chief of Training for the Army National Guard, so 54 states and territories, $2.1 billion budget. And I got there, and I had worked there before, and I had worked at the Pentagon before. The dynamic that was in play at the time is the National Guard, all the full-time staff, and there's, the federal staff I'm speaking to. It's difficult to make change in an organization when the people in the organization do not have the skills to compete. And I don't mean that necessarily against services, but you're working with what we call big Army, corporate Army, and we just can't outstaff them, we can't outthink them. They have PhDs galore, et cetera, and we're in some cases junior field grade officers, senior non-commissioned officers, sergeants, and doing great work, but they just don't always have all the background skills. So I embarked on a partnership with New Jersey Institute of Technology to expand master's education opportunities for the people that were not only in my organization, but I brought it open to the National Guard Bureau as a whole, which was, I think, an important thing to delineate. Non-commissioned officers, warrant officers, any full-time employee at a certain years of service and seniority could apply for these. And then the rationale for that was to grow the organization. This is a long-term investment. We're not going to develop the insight to do a better job of managing our own wares and budget and interact better with the services and the corporate Army at the Pentagon unless we have those skills. So we developed a plan. So one degree, we had 2 candidates a year. One would be a degree in engineering management, the second one would be a degree in organizational management, realizing that the second one was really probably more key in a lot of ways, but it wasn't seen as necessary because it's very technical, very quantitative, results-based, so, and so engineering seemed natural, but that's true for a couple discrete areas, but we need people who know how to run an organization, know how to lean them, know how to reorganize them, know all those things. And so to that end, we began that process, and we have one start in the fall semester, one start in the spring. The idea being, I brought that forward to my senior leadership. I carved the money out of my own budget to pay for it, so that people go full-time. They go for 1 year, and they get an MS in one of those two disciplines. And the payback, if you will, they come back and they work somewhere in the greater corporate headquarters of where we were to apply those skills. We call a utilization tour. And so that started a few years ago now, but I think that's one example where let's help the organization get better and be a higher performing organization.
Okay. Anything in the external community that you worked on?
When I got to Grayling, you look left, you look right, there's always something to do. And I'm sometimes a little cynical, 3 tours at the Pentagon, and you're supposed to be allowed to be cynical, but the thing that struck me was we have the Grayling Airport, and it's a regional airport. It's a dual-use military-civilian, and there are some issues there. And although the military pays for most of the maintenance and the upkeep and modernization, the one thing that was not there at all that was working well was the aircraft control tower, the ATC tower. It was World War II built and had never been replaced, and as such, there's limitations as to what kind of electronics are up there, what type of communications, etc. And we certainly were not up to the current 21st century standard of airspace control, communications, pick a thing. We didn't have it. So I said, how come has anybody done any work on getting a new tower? And I was kind of looked at, well, that's a nice thing to talk about, sir. We've been trying to get a new tower for pick a number of years. And I said, well, we really need one. He said, yeah, but we're just no way you're going to get them. The XYZ PDQ, 20 reasons why you can't. So to me, that's a challenge. So, okay, what do we got to do? Well, you can't do this, the state bureaucracy this, the federal bureaucracy that. It's not a right requirement. So, and Dr. Johnson probably knows this from the Coast Guard, requirements are something that you look at and figure out how you get an exception to policy for. So I talked to the state leadership on the military veteran side. We went with my boss, the commissioner, to the MDW area, 2 visits. And long story short, within 9 months, we got exception to the policy to do this and also put up a new aircraft hangar, which we did not have, which was needed for inclement weather issues and among maintenance and things. So we did that, secured the funding, broke ground within 9 months. And it benefits certainly the external organization. I say Grayling, but it's a dual-use airport. And as you know, Aruco is up there building this year that new particle board plant. It's an issue with them. We don't have an aircraft tower that doesn't do approach. I mean, you can't have a precision approach, and what the heck is with that? So, and we were able to get out of the department back at the Pentagon about $1.2 million in new avionics upgrades for it. So we have a glass screen panel. So all our airspace can be turned on, turned off with Minnesota control. So it's finishing up with the testing, but it's going to be a great addition, I think, to the region, the up north area. So I think that's great for Crawford County for sure.
Okay, thank you. Tell us briefly how you would approach building trust and respect of the employees in this community.
One thing I really believe in and practice is transformational leadership principles. I've seen it in action. I've seen it work. I've seen the opposite and how the opposite effect is with caustic leaders. And my approach, given that statement, is I make a point of going out and meeting and talking with everyone in the enterprise. I would say I'd start that with the board. I think it's important to know where everybody's coming from. I think it's important to know the friction points that are in the greater organization, because nothing is perfect. I'd like to know people well enough to have a rapport with them, whether that's the board, members personally, or the the Grand Traverse employee, supervisors, department heads. You don't get anything done unless you know them. And I kind of subscribe to the small business model. You do business with the people you know. And to that end, that's how I would do it. I mean, when I was at Grayling, I walked out and I talked to the trades on the job, you know, remodeling, building things, working on the sewer, out in the training area, cutting brush. You know, what's your issue? What do you see? And, you know, it's amazing how you get really educated on what's going on and how things can be fixed that I had never heard of before. And it works better when they don't know who you are.
Undercover boss.
Unfiltered information is best. So that, in a nutshell, I guess is what I would say. And that would certainly hold true with the greater community and the taxpayers. I think getting the dynamics from all sides are always helpful.
Okay. This kind of goes along with that, and you just kind of told us your communication style and plan for communicating with the board, with the employees, the public, and in particular, the press.
Yes, and I have, within my recent time here at Grayling, I've had a lot of time with the press in all forms. I was surprised that the Grayling Blarney Stoughton Broadcasting was kind enough to give me time on the air every month to talk about anything that had anything to do with Camp Grayling and things that were going on. And that was, I still really do appreciate that. That gave me, if you will, a mouthpiece of sorts to talk about what's upcoming. There's a lot of these, you know, hunters and sport fishing and all that up there, fly fishing, and it's important for them to know what's going on so we can deconflict those activities. And although we post things in the paper and online, it sounds better when a few days before you kind of remind everybody what's going on and just kind of build that open communication. I mean, this is a government. It's for the people out there, and you need to be transparent. I think the more you can tell them what's going on, the better everyone is in the end.
Okay. Our county has a mix of department heads. Some are elected.
Sure.
Some are appointed by other boards, other than ourselves, and others are administrator hires. So how would you approach managing that environment? They all have different levels of autonomy. Some have different boards to
Absolutely.
answer to. Some answer directly to the taxpayers. How would you deal with that?
Interestingly enough, the Army has well ingrained that skill set. You only get to command a few times if you're lucky in your whole career, and the rest of the time you're a staff officer, you're some assistant, you're helping, you're influencing, you're providing input or reports. And mostly you're working with other organizations and types of employees, if you will. When I was one of the assignments at the Pentagon, I worked for the Assistant Secretary of the Army, and he would tell me to go check something out, do this. And I'm talking to other parts of the Army enterprise a lot of times, sometimes the Navy or Air Force. And those folks have no interest in helping the Army. It's the inter-service thing. We're not going to help you because you might take money from us, which is a realistic possibility. We never take money from the Coast Guard.
We didn't have one.
So, depending on the relationship, you're a supervisor, you're a co-worker, you're a mentor, you're a colleague. You're part of that team, and you're building a team for some reason. And it can be, they're short-term, they're fluid. We have a common interest, or I want you to support my common interest even though you might not feel you have a dog in the fight. And it's that soft skill of talking to people, getting them to understand what you need and making them want to help you. And so it just depends on the relationship. Elected official, different department, part of the county, it all just, we work for the common ground, and we work to get at the situation in hand and solve problems. I mean, that's what we're there to do. So it just depends. I mean, I'm associate, I'm a colleague, I'm a subordinate. It's all just supporting the effort, and the effort comes from obviously the guidance from the board.
Okay. We have 13 different collective bargaining units.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your approach to collective bargaining? Do you have any experience with that at all?
I have a little bit. At Grayling, we have a state union, a couple different ones, and there were some issues there, and I worked with Lansing to resolve some of those issues. But I think, key with any binding arbitration, you're looking at the comparables. You're gonna do an analysis, look at the options, find some fair and equitable solutions, ideally, come up with what that way ahead is, and then when you have a solution that you think everybody is amenable to, we're going to bounce that and review it against the budget, and what are the budget constraints, because if we cannot pay for that new thing we thought we hatched out, it's really not a plan, and they're going to go back to the drawing board. So I don't want to make it sound very simple, but I mean, you're going to come up with a plan, you're going to get buy-in or input, and you're going to bounce it off the numbers and make sure it makes sense, and then you're going to present it as the way ahead or go to a different option.
Okay. Describe your approach to integrating the policy-setting role of us as the board with executing your responsibilities as a county administrator. So we're not supposed to stick our hands down. We're just supposed to make the policies. So describe how you would approach that arrangement.
Sure. The way I see this is, the board, you folks are here to set policy and policy goals. You provide the leadership and the rudder, if you will, of where we're going to head. My job is to take that policy goal, or plural, operationalize it into quantifiable, discrete objectives, something that's executable, come up with a plan that meets those objectives, and whether that's a small project or some long-term initiatives, I'm going to develop options, speak with the stakeholders from the enterprise, whether it's one or two departments or varied departments, get the feedback from the team, look at option development. Once we have options on the table, we'll do a risk assessment. We'll look at the impacts, all those kind of constraints. And when we think we have the best course of action that's for the team, given policy goals, we would always come back. And I'd like to do this kind of stuff with the key stakeholders and back brief the board. Well, here's our recommended way ahead. Give you the full 360 view on what that means with timelines, feedback, reporting points, if you will. And once I receive guidance, feedback, and ultimately approval from the board, I would be looking at my position, my role then, to provide leadership in the execution and manage that project or whatever it is, that policy initiative to completion.
Okay. So, if our county is facing a significant budget deficit with limited growth, we can't make more widgets.
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately. What actions would you recommend to restore financial stability in the long term and the short term? And you can provide examples from your past experiences.
Sure. I'd like to provide two examples. In different ways, I think they painted a picture of some of the things I was able to do in the past. When I first came to Camp Grayling, I mentioned to you that I was sort of didn't think I would even have a chance coming here. And General Vadnais, who is the commissioner down in Lansing, selected me, and I didn't even know the name of the man. I did not know what he looked like. And I'm on day 2, because the day I reported was Sunday. So day 2, I'm in his office, and I'm looking at the pictures on the wall, like, okay, who is he, So I have the office call, and he says to me, we have the meet and greet kind of thing, and he says, well, do you know why you're here? And I said, before I answer that, sir, A, thank you for hiring me. Not sure. He says, well, I hear you've had really a lot of success, and he named a few categories, but the touch point here was money with the Army training budget and National Guard budgets and stuff. And I said, yes, sir. And he says, well, why don't you do me a favor and bring some of that money to Michigan? So, okay. So fast forward, one of the things that Camp Grayling needs, and I mentioned the base enterprise, you need customers. We need customers. Camp Grayling is not immune to BRAC, the base closures, if you will, over time. And part of that is you have to have show you're being successful across many, reporting points, as well as showing your value added compared to other bases that literally do the same job. So I was charged with finding new business, among other things, and to that end, I was successful and lucky to bring some large exercises the very next year in 2015 by calendar or FY to the base. And I was very excited. We're going to have this big splash. It'll be good for the regional economic development of the community, etc. Okay. Okay, so I was a few years before, I was at the Army level making budget cuts. It takes 2 years in the Army cycle to bring those budget cuts to the local level. So here comes 2015, the full effects of sequestration. I'm expecting that my budget numbers will at least be the same for that year, and if I'm lucky, I can squeeze a little money out of the federal side. 84% increase in business that year, 40% decrease in resources, people and hard resources, contracts, stuff that normally you have money for fuel and things like that. Repair, 40%, and it all happens the first quarter of the year we were under continuation, so you didn't know. And I'm thinking January we'll know. Well, January first week comes and we get these numbers, and I'm just what to do. So what became known as the gap analysis, I brought the staff together from all the departments. We had a few discussions. I say it lightly, but they were pretty involved. What can we do to fix this? We're not going to fail. We're going to get through this year. You cannot fail Holstein in major international exercises. This is not going to happen. So we basically took the calendar and we made, longer than this table, a by day the rest of the fiscal year, every day, by department, by function, by time, in some cases by employee, because we have some special fuel handlers and some special skilled people that there's a constraint there. We laid against all our requirements what we had to do. Then we looked at the gaps. We said, what can we do to fix this? So we found some redundancy. We streamlined and leaned out all the things we were doing. We still had gaps. We talked to some of the customers. Would they be flexible in how we delivered some of their requirements, some of their support, if you will, whether it was fuel, ammunition, housing. Housing was a big one. Communications, IT infrastructure needs. And we got some buy-in. So in the end of a very tough year, after about 60 days of work and briefed back to the boss down in Lansing, he accepted our plan, and then we executed the rest of that year with the 40% decrease and did 100% support on everything. Now, it was piano wire tight. It wasn't fun. But what I thought was curious, and I didn't really think this would happen, I mentioned the employee morale was a little low, and our relationship with the greater Grayling, Crawford, Kalkaska, Otsego counties wasn't the best. It improved all the way across the board. It was amazing. Everybody felt they had a way to help. They had buy-in. They had skin in the game, if you will, and they wanted it to succeed. It was a matter of pride, quite frankly. We weren't going to let this go down, and so we got through that. And so I say it not because it was a budget deficit in terms of balancing the budget, but we made it work with what we had, and we maintained the level of services that were required. Second, much shorter example, I assure you, is when I was at the Pentagon, one of my tasks was helping to run the Army training budget. I was co-chair. And at the front end, we were knowing sequestration was coming, sequestration, we were charged to find savings in the Army training budget to help balance our portion of the budget. And one example that I'll say here is there's a program called the Combat Training Centers. There's 4 of them, and this is where the combat units go to do their last training exercises and certifications, if you will, before they deploy overseas. And of course, it's very high-end difficulty. It's very difficult. A lot of moving parts. If you don't do things right, people can get hurt or killed. And I had to find ways to save some money out of that area. Well, went to the 4 centers. There's 3 in the U.S., 1 in Germany. Talked to the stakeholders, the commanders, the staff there. We found some efficiencies, reduced some redundancies, changed some business practices and how we did business with bringing equipment in, or what you do to maintain the equipment. And in the end, that FY, we came up with $80 million in savings in that one portfolio, and then carried that forward for the rest of the 5-year budget cycle. So it is possible to not decrease, and I would say, services, and I would couch it in readiness for the military, and yet get at ways to reduce what's there. And I think that was instructive of what can be done with maybe an outside view of different ways of doing business.
Okay. I was reading this next question. I think you've kind of almost answered it. couple questions back, but we're partially through developing a 3 to 5 year or a strategic plan. So we're already into that. So once established, how would you facilitate? Let me start again.
I know what you mean.
Once established, how would you facilitate the execution of such a plan, which I think you kind of already talked about, but do you have anything else?
Sure, because if nothing else, I can talk. I know that the plan is under development, and I know some of this is probably redundant, but I would look to ensure what's been done to date and what goes forward. I would call it is nested. I would put it in an ends, ways, means construct, so it has linkage with the policies that the board has put out there and the long-term goals for the county as they are articulated. I would take that construct and develop lines of effort that are across the departments, interdepartmental lines of effort, to ensure that, I don't want to go right so far as to say off the top that it's all buy-in from everyone, but there's synergy in the effort. There's not going to be wasted effort working against each ends, and use that as the way forward to not just create but sustain the inertia that's developed. And that, of course, has to be, put together against reporting points, measurable criteria, updates to and feedback and guidance from the board, because no plan ever stays the same. It always changes. Assumptions change, conditions change. And I see that as sort of a roadmap that the journey is as important as the destination and how you get there.
Okay. Speaking of changing, the 7 of us will not always be sitting here. Every 2 years, the board has the potential to change based on the voter. So how would you approach that interesting little twist in your 7 bosses?
In the National Guard, there's sort of an inside joke, because, you get old and you can make jokes that no one else gets, but we always serve 2 masters is sort of where I'm going with. And I say that, and I was a federalized officer for most of my career, and so you report through the chain of command to the president. But in the National Guard, you always have to be aligned with and are subject to what the state leadership in whatever state you belong to wants you to do and stay, and that includes the National Guard Bureau headquarters as well as the state entities themselves. So we've served several masters, as we like to say, simultaneously. I think it's great for the right reasons that the leadership on a board or committees, they change up, because fresh ideas and perspectives really, that's what makes everything grow. We work in that environment our whole career in the military. It's not only uncommon, it's expected, and there's, I don't want to say ample time, but it's expected you're going to engage those new members as it applies, develop a report, understand what's important to them, understand what they want to accomplish, and then collectively we're still getting feedback and direction from the board as an entity. And so to me, it's not a lot different. I mean, I take the policies as they are, and I work to operationalize, implement, report, monitor, adjust, ask for guidance, and continue. And so it's the same, but it's not. But it's something that I've done for quite a long time.
The last question, last prepared question, is our county really values community involvement and cooperation. And how would you plan to personally integrate into the Grand Traverse community?
For the first 15 years of my career, I was a traditional National Guard officer, meaning I served the 1 weekend a month, which isn't really ever true, but you get paid 1 weekend a month anyway. And then you 2 weeks in the summer and all the other things you have to do. But you have, like the board here, the commissioners, you all have full-time other careers and jobs and things, and that's what I had for the first 15 years. And while I was in that arena, I spent time I was in the building trades I mentioned to you. So I was on a board of directors for a building association for several years. I was the president for a few years of that organization as part of, and separate apart from my military duties. I was on members of the Chamber of Commerce. I belonged through my business with the Small Business Association for several years. We were in the community every day. We developed relationships with not just the quote-unquote customers we work with, but with the neighbors and all the people that you actually do work for. So I would like to continue that kind of interaction. I see it's a great chance to learn more about the greater community. I mean, I mentioned music. I'd like to do a little bit, maybe more music. I don't think there's many that would like to hear it, but I'd like to do more with it. There's, for me, a chance to maybe, my wife isn't going to listen to this, right? Bring my boat up here, finally. The boat club over here at the marina, I'd like to get involved in that. I'd like to do just a little bit more sailing, maybe once in a while. And to that end, Gavin's 6. He's just turned 6. And skiing, all that kind of stuff is there. He's going to be in a school district. And we're going to be involved with those kind of activities. I truly seeing it as an inclusive environment. When I was in college, initially I took this course, initial year freshman, and they had the book, What Color is Your Parachute? And I still remember this because I screwed it up so badly. And the professor says, okay, do all this exercise. What do you want to do? And I want to do this stuff. I don't work for, big company, blah, 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 blah. And he looks at all my feedback and he says, now, based on your feedback, you don't want to be a 9-to-5 kind of guy, punch in, punch out. You want to be immersed in what you do. And that, to me, later on, it resonated. At the time, I thought he was all messed up. But, shockingly, the professor was right. And so, to that end, I say, we've always embraced working with and being part of the community. When we were up in Gaylord, we were members, with the skiing thing up there. And although we weren't here for a long time, we really made some great friends in that area. And, some of them live down here in TC. It turned out people move. So I'd like to continue that. As it applies, I think, if it's appropriate or as appropriate, sit on the other various boards as either, a non-voting member, advisor, not necessarily even just county boards, but it's interesting that I sat on the Grayling Rec Authority board and then the Chamber of Commerce as basically an advisor, non-voting member for the time I was here, and got to know a lot of great people and different things that you don't realize are really there for the community to benefit. And I had no idea. I did not know that Hanson Hills is part of Camp Grayling until I sat on the board. I'm like, color me stupid. So you're talking to the board and what are the problems, and so I can help fix it because it's part of Camp Grayling properly. I can do engineer work to improve some of the ski areas or the brushing or those kind of things, which we did, and that certainly helped the community perception. But you're giving back. You're trying to show and be part of the team, and I don't mean that in a facetious sense. I'm just saying, hey, I want it to be a better ski hill because I want to ski there. So I'd like to do those kind of business, but not just business, some recreational things. I mean, it would be really, I think, a great thing to be part of that greater effort.
Okay. That's all the prepared questions that we have. So we have a few minutes.
That's the tough part.
Now comes
That's
the tough
right.
part. Yeah.
Can
So
he
we have
dance?
I'm sorry?
Can he dance?
We have a few minutes for questions from the commissioner. So we'll start with Tom at the other end. You ready?
Sure.
Okay.
One of the reasons that the budget is an issue and financial problems occur is because of healthcare costs. And
Sure.
I don't know, I'm sure everybody that was in the Camp Grayling environment, as long as they were military, not civilian, their healthcare was probably something that they could count on. But for the rest of the world and under the current news cycle, healthcare is under fire. But it is also, it's hard to control the cost of healthcare. And I'm wondering how you think that, that's going to change in the next year or the next couple of years, and how it's going to affect our employees, because that's a cost that we can't control.
I think it'd be arrogant if I said, here's the way we should fix it, or I produce some theoretical plan. What I would say is, as you mentioned, it's taken a while to get this way. Things have gone on the healthcare side. The costs have gone up logarithmically. It's tough to manage that change, year to year, much less inside a budget cycle. So it will take a while to correct that course. I think that it bears looking at. I know there's been a lot of work and some studies done, and there's been some recommendations made on these studies of what, possible options. I think that's good insight. I think it also needs to double down on the assumptions being used for some of those recommendations, because not everything performs as indicated, or in the forecast doesn't produce the results that are needed. So I think there needs to be a continued doubling down of the effort to look at the whole view of what are the levers that can be pulled, what are some options with the risk and the impacts of those decisions. Probably some revisiting of the assumptions needs to be made, and based on that, I think there needs to be a frank discussion with all the stakeholders and say, what we want to remain solvent and get solvent, and what is that going to take? What are the choices to be made? And therefore, what's the least bad option? And when we know that, and we have that discussion, I'm sure there'll be more than one. I would like to think that there can be a way ahead that everybody can agree to. It doesn't mean that someone's going to lose and everybody wins. It can be a win-win. It can be a limited win, and that's probably the best that could be hoped for. But I think there needs to be those markers put down again, and those discussions need to be had with all the stakeholders, because as I understand it right now, it's not going to be sustainable for the long term, and certainly the county can't take an increasing chunk out of their operating budget to pay for those increasing costs every year, and they're not going up linearly. So I know that's not an answer necessarily, but I would say that would be a way ahead.
Sunny, have anything?
Well, as I mentioned, I've sat here 20 years. I've been through 4 county administrators. The vast majority of that time, we worked without an assistant administrator. Do you see that you're going to require an assistant administrator to do this job?
Truthfully, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be able to answer that right off. I would, if I had the opportunity to serve, I would take stock of that and provide feedback on my recommendation. It's something that I think depends on the dynamics of the county and the organization. If there are a lot going on, sometimes a deputy or assistant is needed. When I was in the training division at Bureau, I had a deputy, a civilian deputy, and we looked at the way ahead one day, and we're getting our clock cleaned by the Department of the Army. You pick a place that we're getting crushed, and I said, this is really kind of like playing 4D chess. We have external customers and constituents, and we have internal. And then we have the food fight, or the daily dynamics inside our building, and then within our own operating division. I ran 12 departments over 8 states during that time, and so there's a lot of dynamics you can't physically go out and touch. So sometimes, depending if the organization is very complex, I think there is a need. That doesn't mean it can work better without, or sometimes does work better without. I think it's a call that, based upon the skill sets and personalities and call it business dynamics, that's something yet to be learned, at least for me.
Okay.
This is it's been a conservative board in their decisions and such. And I'm sure you've checked what you would be getting into here.
Yes, sir.
With our...
I do nothing if nothing but research.
So, do you have an idea of what areas you'd recommend to reduce costs to help us in our issue that we're at?
Sure. Boy, that's a loaded question. I mentioned it a little bit earlier at a level, and I think it would be my first thing I would look to is to discuss it with the department heads and say, you guys are the experts in where you work. You have the long view and the history on your side, the highs and lows over time and budget cycles and years. What's worked, what's not worked, what's come and gone, and then we are where we are today. I think as a first step, I would look to the department's heads and here I would call it, get an informational brief from them about what they see as their tasks, where there are left and right limits, constraints, what's their authority, and what do they expect to do, during the year and every week, if you will, and just start to understand their operation by department. And when you know that, then you can have, I think, a better informed conversation with those stakeholders and leaders and say, where can we find efficiency? Sometimes it screams out at you when you don't look for it. What I didn't know when we were doing snow plowing at Grayling, that we never brought the union employees in until an hour before start time, when everybody came to the front gate in the middle of winter, and the gate's all iced up and people are sliding all over the place because no one's plowed it yet, much less sanded. I said, well, why don't we just shift the schedule to the left 1 hour? I mean, this is not rocket science. And they're like, we never thought of that, because we've done it this way for 20 years. I kid you not, things like this go on. And there was obviously more involved than that, but there's ways of, when I talked to the snowplow drivers, they would complain that they're rushed every day to get, here are the key things to get done, and I can't get it done in time. I said, what would you do? I would start earlier, of course. Well, bring that up to the leadership. But when you have those conversations with the people that are in the know, I think that informs everyone. And it's very, I think, it's an older style leadership, but it's also arrogant. It's for someone who's in a position of authority to say, here's how we're going to do it, because I said so. And therefore you all follow and have a smile on your face. And that does not work. I don't subscribe to that. So if I was looking at efficiencies, I would first talk to the people that are involved, and that would be the ones that implement them.
Thank you.
Skip me for now.
You mentioned you had a 40% cut in the budget.
Yes, sir.
2015. Was that the next year? Did you have the same amount of budget, or did it increase, or you have to cut any more?
We received a small increase in military payroll, which works better because I can work the military 7 days a week. I cannot work the civilians 7 days a week, or the contractors for the contract services. So that helped, and the way the exercise schedule went in 16, we didn't have a stacking, if you will, of exercises like we did the previous year. So we were able to kind of deconflict a little easier. We had a lot of problems. I was told that 6 months before we were going to do one major exercise that they were going to give me a stacked, which means at the same time, simulations exercise, classified secret, execute. I'm like, I went to the Pentagon and said, we don't have a simulation center, number one. We don't have one that's classified to run a classified secret exercise. So, the give and take, as you know, is you gave me a requirement, you didn't give me resourcing, you give me the resourcing, I'll do the requirement. And they said, pound sand, if you can't do it, tell me and I'll move both your exercises during that time frame somewhere else. So we went home with our tail between our legs, kind of wondering what happened. When you get your clock cleaned by a 3-star, you kind of remember that. And so I went back and I talked to the team. So, who knows something about simulations more than I do? Because I know some, but we have some real smart people. And we came up with a new way of doing the same thing. In the Army, a lot of times you have a big brick and mortar building, we call it, and there's a bunch of rooms inside and it's segmented out, and people set up their operations and you work inside a building, and that's the simulation center. Practice for when you do it for real. Well, we don't have that, but what we do have is a lot of land. What if we built pedestals, if you will, like you see like RVs connect to the power sources, power boxes, with all the dark fiber and things, comm gear that we would need in each pedestal. We would run it around in a, this quarter-mile loop. All the units would come in and set up their operations center with their tents like they're supposed to in the field. Like, how about a train like you're going to go somewhere? Well, that costs, of course, a lot less money because you're not building anything. We're just trenching and running line and getting it certified for use. So I called some old friends that I knew at Forces Command, which runs all it controls all the units in the continental United States. And long story short, I got some money. We put that money, made a design. We dug it ourselves, we trenched it ourselves, we installed everything ourselves except the certifications, and we completed it 1 week before the exercise went off. So, there's ways to get it done, but it was not as bad as the year prior.
Cheryl?
You can see that you have a diverse group of employers.
Yes, ma'am. And that's great.
By gender, okay? So I'm curious to know what sort of experience you have with women as your boss.
Sure. Not as much in the Army, quite frankly. However, that said, I've worked for minority and/or female leaders over the course of time. I've certainly had to work through them as an associate, if nothing else. What I would say, the day literally after I took over at Grayling, and this was a planned event, but I inherited it at the last minute. The Assistant Secretary of the Army for Installations and Environment was coming, and she had sent her forward team to talk and give me what her requirements were and work through her schedule and what she wants to see, and we go do all that kind of stuff. But my point is, it matters not to me what the person, they're male, female, dark complected, frog belly white, doesn't matter. I take my guidance and I work with everyone fair and equitably at the Bureau, at the Pentagon, as well as some other assignments. I've had several people that were maybe not my direct supervisor, but they're higher level rank, and you're duty bound to report and give them feedback and advice, and I did that quite frequently on Pentagon with the ASA for installations, as well as we have a logistics center, at the Bureau that we call it the G4, but several, female people in charge, if you will. We have, I don't think she retired now, but the Director of Engineering for installations for the Guard is a female officer, and I've certainly spent a lot of time being schooled by her. Of course, I'm married, and I take direction very well. But
Okay, that's good.
Is that good?
Thank you. That's
That was
okay.
good.
Dan?
Okay, I got it written down here. You'll have to kind of interpolate this. I don't know how many boards you work with, but
yes, sir.
Tell me about a situation in which you disagreed with your board. What was the situation? What did you do? What was the outcome? And what did you learn?
With a board, okay. I would think for a second, because in most of my recent, especially military experience, it boils down to chain of command, which is one person telling you something.
I would accept that.
Okay.
If you want to say, I figured you'd do that because you probably haven't had a board.
Not recently, no. I mean, I was an advisor to board. I wouldn't count that, if you will.
In a way, it's harder when you got one person telling you what to do. So, but you could answer with that.
Okay, sure. When I was the chief of training, about 4 years ago or so, time slips away, I guess. One of the relationship with the states themselves, the 54 we call them, are such that we do not have any command responsibility over telling them what to do. We can suggest, cajole, withhold money perhaps. That doesn't work very well because, their boss calls your boss and you give them money anyway. So there's kind of that, you can do that in the short term, but it comes back to bite you. So just to give you that brief aside, because I think it's important to know, my immediate boss, who was, I was the training chief, he was responsible for all training and operations and planning for the National Guard, came to me one day and he says, I want you to send a team to the Sinai to train this unit that's in the field on their mid-level non-commissioned officer skills, because there's education gates for all officers and enlisted, etc., sergeants. And I want you to send it so all these people can get their intermediate, not officer, pardon me, but their sergeant or NCO training done while they're there, and they're on a deployment. Now, mind you, it's not quite a hostile fire zone, but I mean, you're not sitting back waiting for something to happen either. They're busy. But that's not the main point. The main point is I had gone through a lot of work with the states to get them to accept each state's place in line for this training. There's always too much to do, not enough resources. So for schooling, you're going to get so many school seats by state. The states can divvy them out for the qualified people, and then they go to school. And for me to take a team from one of the school's houses and send them, first of all, the direct cost of that was fairly large. Then they got to do their pre-training before they go get their shots, and there's a lot of just extra costs out of Hyde. But that wasn't the worst part. I said, so you're going to put this other team to the front of the line from pick a state. Of course, it's some state that he happens to know someone really well. And get their training done while they're away, and then I got to pull the training from some other state. And, that's not going to work well for anyone, because they said, well, the one thing you said it was going to be fair, and now you're not making it fair at all. You're just going to pull it out of me and give it to him, because. And I vociferously disagreed with that. We had several conversations over a short time, laid out the risk, laid out the impacts to the program, that particular program, and how it was not probably going to end well for our command in the long term, because we lost our credibility in that regard. And I was told, Roger, do it anyway. So, there was some soul searching, and in the end I did it anyway with a formal letter that was just put, I said, here's a memorandum for record to say, I'm doing this, because you told me to, and I'm duty bound to, do that on one level. But either I could do it, or I could resign, or I could do something else. But in the end, you look at what's going to be the best for the organization. I could resign. I could have retired then, actually. I went and called a few states ahead of this, and I said, I got this dynamic without going into it. I said, I need to potentially pull some school seats from you for this year. What's that going to do to you? And I got a bunch of feedback from about 3 states. And in the end, I went with one state and pulled all their school seats for that particular course for that year and gave it to the deployed unit and sent a team over and trained them.
So what did you learn?
In the end, it's not necessarily about what I think is right or wrong. That's important. There's always dynamics that one does not know. And whether there were, I don't know. No one knows everything. But it was explained to me it was important these soldiers got trained. They were already there. I was told, there's opportunity for them to get trained within this certain window of time. It was a 2-week school. It wasn't real long. And, you look at the dynamics in play and see, and you got to make a call. I said, it's not a perfect world. It's not a perfect solution. Everybody doesn't get a fair shake every time, but you need to, if you're going to be part of the organization, you got to work with the organization. And I think that's the biggest takeaway. If you're going to be part of it, you need to work with it.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
That just leaves me, but everybody kind of asked the same kind of questions that I was going to. Mine is similar, very simple and similar to Dan's. There's 7 of us, and we don't even always agree. Actually, rarely. But what do you do in that instance where some of us, obviously it takes 4 of us to get you to do something. How would you handle that? Where that as a board, 4 of us have said yes to something, but it's very obvious that 3 really don't want to go that way.
Right.
Describe briefly what would you do with that?
Well, I think the immediate takeaway is I would do what the majority said, because that's the charge. That doesn't mean I'm not insensitive to the dynamics in play. I've been on both sides of that. Sometimes I've been in the middle. It's not a perfect world. Things don't happen right, even when we think they're going to go a certain way. Fate steps in, assumptions change. Things happen out there that are just not controllable, that we thought were okay, and things change. So I think the key is to be sensitive to all views, knowing what is also supposed to be done. There's probably there's a way to do things that is, if not team neutral, team building approach, and there's a way to execute which creates more friction and discord. And I think that's the art and science, the art side more than the science of how do you maneuver that mud pit of, working with what you're supposed to do, but knowing that you have to have relationships with all. And I think it's personality based for sure. I mean, some folks certainly get along in all ways, and they can disagree and walk away, and it's a professional thing, and for some folks it's not like that. And I think that just bears on the personalities in play.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for us? After all this?
After all this. Well, so, if nothing else, you try to prepare for an interview, and I was curious that no one ever asked me the one really hard question I thought you were going to ask, so I won't bring it up. But,
Oh, well, we might ask the next person. Oh, that's right.
But I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to interview and, have a chance to tell you a little bit about myself and my family, give you some perspective on my views and qualifications. I think that anything's a learning environment. I think had a lot of successes. I've had some failures. That was kind of the question, but it's too late, right?
We're not done yet.
We're not done, yeah. But I just want to say thanks for the opportunity. I think that every new job, there's a growth potential. I've had the ability to, I think, quickly over time, in a very lot of different jobs, whether it was some of my civilian experiences in the past. The software piece, of course, was a little bit of, I wasn't really prepared for what I got into, but that was a great learning experience. But I think I'm a quick study. I think I've made a number of successes over time, being able to come to a root cause of things, develop, options quickly, gain some teamwork and some, if you will, at least some openness to change and try to make things happen in a positive environment. And so to that end, I hope I get the opportunity for further consideration for this position.
Okay. Thank you
you
very
all.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I think we're going to take about
5 minutes?
5 minutes, no more. You want to try to? 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you
you all.
very much. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank
That's
you.
why I'm
We're
glad
gonna-
you're asking the questions, because we can snack while you're
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah, that's fine. I
fair.
still will snack here a
Yeah.
little bit. Don't anybody be offended, but it is 6:30. So, all right, we're going to get started again. James.
Thank you very much. For the candidates' benefit, I'll repeat some of what I said when I opened before our first interview. You've been provided note sheets with the questions and opportunity to take notes on the candidate answers. Those question and answer sheets are yours to use to facilitate a discussion after all the interviews have closed. There'll be 3 parts to the interview. The first will be the chair asking specific questions, followed by an opportunity for commissioners to ask questions, followed by an opportunity if the candidate has any questions. Before the interview starts, I'd like the commissioners to introduce themselves and provide the candidate a little bit of information about what they do outside of being a commissioner. And the first question in the interview does provide the candidate an opportunity to introduce himself in a way that provides some description of his background. So that's how we'll start, just right into that first question. Without any more information, I'll introduce Eric Tungate. He can take the seat in the middle, and Commissioner Chair, you can begin.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Senate confirmation hearing or
I know,
something here.
it is intimidating, but it's mostly for the cameras.
Raise your right hand.
Sorry about that.
Plead the fifth on
We
that.
would like you to tell the truth, but we won't. Okay. So we're going to start with Mr. Commissioner Mayor on the end. Tom, tell
Okay,
us something about yourself.
introductions.
Introductions.
Yes. Well, I'm a little bit familiar with Oak Park. I went to Southfield Public Schools. I was born in Highland Park inside Detroit. So I'm familiar with that and had a couple of nice restaurants that I liked there. In fact, I even lived a short period of time in Royal Oak Township. You know, just, what would that be, like south or east of Oak Park?
Southeast.
Southeast of Oak Park, yep. But I've lived here since '87, after moving up from the Pontiac Bloomfield area there, Square Lake and Telegraph. And I've got an old house, 100-year-old house. I volunteer a lot, awful lot actually. And I'm a new commissioner as compared to my friend here, who's an older commissioner. I've only been here 6 months, and he's been here a couple of decades. So he's where we go when we want to know about something that happened in the past, get background. But it's very enjoyable here, and you know, you probably vacationed here or come up here before, I assume, right? Is that right?
Absolutely.
Good.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Sonny Wheelock. My family's lived within 5 miles of my house for 175 years. I'm a third-generation business owner of a welding fabricating company my grandfather started in 1946. I've been a county commissioner for 20 years. I was a trustee in Long Lake Township for 18 years before that. I tell people all the time, you can't plan for our future if you don't understand our past. I find myself in this room a lot telling people about what things were like in the past and some of the things we've done. Not everybody likes to listen, but it is what it is. I have 4 adult children. I have 8 grandchildren. And family and community is very important to me. I was a firefighter EMT for 36 years. So I've been around the block a couple times.
Thank you.
Welcome, Eric.
Thank you.
My name's Ron Klaus. My brother and I started a construction business 40 years ago, going strong today. Have probably 16 homes being built right now, and an apartment project as well. I've been born and raised in Grand Traverse County, and married with 2 grown sons that work in the business as well, and look forward to hearing your story tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Crawford. I'm the board chair. I'm also an accountant, sometimes all the time in tax season, sometimes not so much. So sometimes I'm working, sometimes I'm not. I am always a full-time mom, very into community stuff, schools, choir, scouts, all of that stuff, and this. So very involved in the community. Bob?
Bob Johnson, retired from the Coast Guard, now work for Consumers Energy and Technical Field, supervisor there. Like long walks on the beach, pina coladas.
I told you to be nice and serious.
That's nice.
I'm
trying to lighten it up. So.
I'm going to put a check mark next to that one there, Bob.
There you go.
Pina coladas, right?
Watch him. Cheryl Follett, I've been an attorney for 30 years. I'm a fifth-generation native. I have adult daughters and grandchildren here. I have a deed to the family farm signed by Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, my goodness.
Interesting. Okay. I told him to come up with something interesting. That was good.
Keep it lively here.
That was
a quick
good.
claim deed, or?
Dan?
I'm Dr. Dan Lathrop. I'm a board-certified reconstructive foot and ankle surgeon. I've been in practice, as I said, 45 years. I tell my friends I know what I'm doing now. And this is my third stint as a board member. I love being a public servant. And even though I don't always agree with my board members, I respect them, and it's starting to turn into a good time. So anyway, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it's my turn. We'll start with why Grand Traverse County? Why this position? And how are you a good fit for us? And how are we a good fit for you?
Well, first of all, just a little bit of an aside. So I think some of you probably know a little bit about my background. Everybody, I think, knows that I'm the city manager of the city of Oak Park. And I've been the city manager there just over 5 years now. And I'll get into that a little bit more as we're going along. I am originally from Plainwell, Michigan, if you guys know where that is. I know where I live now. I say that, and they look at me very strangely. They have no idea where that is. It's on the southwest part of our state, so just downstate from here. I moved to the Detroit area to go to graduate school in 1999. So I look like I'm 26. I'm actually in my 40s. So good. It's taking care of myself, I think. And I received my MBA from Wayne State University in 2001. So why Grand Traverse County? Well, we're going to find that out tonight. Grand Traverse County, because it's a great place. And yes, I have vacationed here, and yes, I've participated here as a child and as an adult, and I have 2 kids as myself, so we bring them up, and the quality of life aspect of this place is really second to none. So that's the first thing. Second thing is there's a heck of a lot of potential here. So that actually outweighs the quality of life, if you can believe that I'm saying that. The potential here is unlimited. The question is, what do we want to be when we grow up? Right? There's a crossroads here. So that's a compelling case for someone like me who professionally manages a city. And my city has about 200 employees. And actually, the only of the few claims to fame that we have, the top one is that we were the first public safety department in the state. We invented that model in the state of Michigan. And that means that my officers are trained in fire, police, and EMS. And so imagine the savings that I have on a day-to-day basis. I'm not paying 2 different people to do 2 different jobs. So it's exciting to be here, and I appreciate the invitation.
Okay. So I'm assuming you've researched us, like we've researched you. Based on your research and understanding of Grand Traverse County, kind of started on this already, what are the most important opportunities and challenges currently and potentially in the future for our county?
Well, you know, my background started in government, and it started in government in economic development. So, you know, I worked at the county, city, and state levels at the MADC in economic development before I became a city manager. So I look at most things through that lens. And so when I come here and analyze what's going on, and I read the master plan, I immediately think about the amazing economic development potential here in this community. That is an opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity. There's only a few places in this entire state, or country for that matter, in my opinion, that have the raw assets and the good bones that exist here. So it's a tremendous opportunity. Challenges, well, we have some long-term liabilities that are major challenges. The OPEB liability is 0% funded. The pension system is at a very dangerous position. I can respect and appreciate the steps that all of you have taken and your administrative staff have taken currently, at least, to bring this thing into line. But that's a challenge. The reason that that's more of a challenge than most costs in a city government is because they don't just they don't just increase at the rate of inflation. They increase at much more than the rate of inflation. And so, you know, what we had in healthcare, retiree healthcare or not, active healthcare as well, we had this dip in premium increases and overall healthcare cost increase. This dip happened right after the Affordable Care Act kicked in. Well, guess what? How many years are we out from that now? We're several years down the road, and what's happening? Those costs, percentage-wise, are increasing right back to where they were before that happened. Double-digit increases every year. Well, that certainly exceeds the rate of inflation. So imagine now planning for that, taking on something that's increasing at 10, 11, 12, 13% every single year. It's unsustainable. So that is a challenge beyond challenges, and you're not unique. You're unique in some senses because of the level of funded status, which, you know, is out there, but most communities, including Oak Park, we're at only 61, 62% funded in our two pension systems. So I face the same things. I'm going to tie this next comment back to opportunities, but in that challenge, there's also opportunity. You're AA rated. That's very promising. It's very encouraging. It speaks volumes to the potential and the opportunity here.
Okay, thank you. Please describe in detail a project or program that you created or you initiated that enhanced your internal organization, and a second project that enhanced your community where you live.
Well, there's quite a few of these, and I would just say this, that when I arrived as city manager, you have to remember the city of Oak Park was facing an operating deficit of about $3 million. And we have a $21 million general fund and a $55 million overall budget. So, you know, I came in the door in a crisis. And so I had to implement what was basically the heaviest short-term cost-cutting program and long-term cost-cutting program imaginable. And this included everything from, you know, hard cap compliance under Public Act 152 to looking under every rock and every nook and cranny for every bit of cost savings that we could have. And just give you one example of a cost-saving measure that most people probably would never think of, and it happened in our city clerk's office. Our city clerk was renting a postage machine that we discovered in our audit of that department that was missing stamps about every fourth stamp that would not print the postage. And so by the time we added all that up over an annual basis, we ended up finding out it was about 15 grand a year that we were just throwing down a hole in the clerk's office for no other reason than that nobody wanted to take the time to evaluate it and make a change. Everything from that to changing health care plans to hiring new actuaries to hiring new investment managers for our pension system. And we are a private pension system. We are not a MERS pension system like you guys are.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And I don't say that to mock you at all. I say that because, you know, obviously a lot of the MERS communities are facing what you're facing, and your concerns are theirs. No doubt about it. Now, the cost-cutting plan that occurred, cost-cutting plans don't work unless people buy in on the cost-cutting plan. And the only way to get people to buy in is communicate and make them part of the process. You know, I have almost 200 employees, as I mentioned a moment ago. If I had just implemented a cost-cutting plan from the very top of the government, nobody would have followed me. I immersed them in the process and immersed them in the implementation of a whole bunch of different things. And so that's an internal initiative. An external initiative is actually happening right now. It's an internal and external. We just implemented a public safety ice cream truck. I know maybe you've read about this in the media, but it's getting a lot of media around the state, and I know the governor's office called me yesterday, and they want to do one in the state police now, of course. You know, so this is what we did. We took, and this was for very little cost. I mean, it was peanuts, comparatively speaking. We took an old DPW water van that we were going to unload in an auction, And it needs some, body work and repairs. We repaired it. We went out to our corporate community and asked for help. Said, we need to put some decals on this thing. We need to paint it. We need a freezer. We need ice cream. We need the whole thing. And lo and behold, the corporate community said, we'll be there. So we didn't have to pay for any of the other things. The corporate community has stepped up and done that in partnership with us. So what does this mean? We take an ice cream truck around our neighborhoods, and we're 5 square miles with 30,000 people. We take an ice cream truck once a week in our neighborhoods, and so what does that do with the public? First of all, with kids, immediately trust is being built, goodwill is being built, and that lasts a long time, I hope, right? With the kids' parents, they now are seeing the officers in a different way, in a different environment, and thinking maybe, you know what, they are on our team, and maybe we are just one group of human beings here trying to do what's right. And I've spent a lot of time trying to think of the negatives of this project, and I can't think of a single one, because the ice cream is donated by Prairie Farms, who is based in Oak Park. We don't pay a dime for that either. So that's one project that is, in my opinion, very much positively impacted the external community.
Sounds really fun.
It is.
That's pretty cool.
There's never anything wrong with ice cream.
Nothing, ever.
Never.
I want
Ever.
the schedule of it.
Send it by Bob's house. Tell us how you would approach building trust and respect of the employees and the community, besides an ice cream truck, which would be cool.
Well, you're going to hear a common theme from me, and that's communication. There's over 500 employees who work in this county government. That's 500 or so people who have including yourselves, by the way, who have dedicated their lives as public servants to making this place a better place than when they found it. Well, geez, there's something to be said about that, right? If they're willing to do that for the residents and business owners of this county, then they deserve my respect, and vice versa. Communicating with them, treating them like human beings, motivating them, goes a long way. And that works in the community too, with residents and business owners. If you communicate with them, and one of the things, I know one of the questions is going to be about communication more so, but I'll say some of it now. When I came to Oak Park, they didn't have any communication. They had the Detective Bureau had a Twitter page. I use it like once a month when the detectives found some free time and tweet it. Now, I have a television show that I do once a month, and I have guests that I think are important for the community to hear from. I run that every month, and we run it on we have 2 cable stations. I also have now, through our communications department, we have implemented a quarterly magazine that goes to all 14,000 homes every quarter, and it has everything from water and sewer rates to, you name it, some special, human interest type stories. And we also now have all social media. We do email blasts, we do news releases, you name it. And the public knows what we're doing at any given time. One of the projects that I would have answered a moment ago too was we've planted sunflowers throughout our community, in pockets of our community. If you're familiar with I-696, some of you are, I know you are. Mm-hmm. Some of you are. And I-696 is by far the busiest freeway in the entire state of Michigan, and one of the busiest in the country, as a matter of fact. There's 275,000 cars a day that travel on I-696 through our community, every single day. And so we have these drab corridors of concrete and broken glass and you name it that go through our community. So what did we do? We turned those into flower beds and planted sunflowers. So these giant sunflowers now, people can see them from the freeway and when they're on the service drive and so forth. And what does that do? They start thinking, wow, there's something going on, something positive going on. A sunflower can do that. And I think that's the same thing, again, like I said, with the employees. Little things are the big things. Employee of the month, recognition, giving credit where credit is due, giving credit to get credit, and treating people like human beings. Again, that goes a long way.
Okay. And you were right, the next question is about communication. Yes. And you've communicated a little bit of this already, your communication style. for communicating with the board and employees, the public, and the press. Let's specifically go with the press.
Yeah. Well,
How do you
this
do that?
this is, if I graded myself, I would say my interactions with the press is one of my strong suits. I'm not shy, you've probably noticed that. I come from a family of 4 boys, so I was the third. So I would say, I had to bite, scratch, and steal for food and attention and whatever else. And I happen to be the smallest of the 4, too, so that just plays into that, too. So, I don't shy from the press. The words "no comment" are not going to work. Never have, never will. That just means now they're going to inquire even more and find out what in the heck you're hiding. My communication style is an open style. I go to the press. I think the press plays an extremely important role in our society, but especially locally. The public, as I mentioned a moment ago, ditto. It's the same thing I said a moment ago, that constant communication, communicating with people the way that they need to communicate. Sending a magazine quarterly to someone's home every quarter, we're forcing you to read our magazine. You have no choice. We're holding you captive, right? You live a busy lifestyle, but we're going to force you to understand what we're trying to accomplish. And the same thing, as I said a moment ago, with the employees.
Okay. The county has a mix of department heads. Some are elected and are working department heads. Some are appointed by other boards. We have our Parks and Rec Director, a Veterans Administration. There's different ones that are hired by different boards, and people that the administrator hires. Highlight what would be your approach to managing this environment of departments with different levels of autonomy? They don't all directly report to the administrator.
Well, listen, I'll be honest with you. That's a different thing that I'm used to. Oak Park is also lesser known for one thing, which is we're a very strong city manager charter. And I have authority over all staff. The only staff that city council has is me. And that would be one of the things that I would see as a big change. It'd take some getting used to. That being said, I don't treat people any differently than I expect to be treated myself. And in my opinion overall, as I said a couple times a moment ago, that if you treat those folks, elected or otherwise, the same, with respect, dignity, communicate with them, they'll do the same back to you. But it's going to take some, learning. So there's a learning curve for me on that.
Okay. We have 13 collective bargaining units. Please provide your approach to collective bargaining, if you have one.
Yeah. Well, I'm Generation X, so I don't... I've been doing collective bargaining for some time, even in different positions I've held. And I have a very different view than we have a few labor attorneys that work for the city, and even the view that they have sometimes. And I'll tell you one thing that we do. When we go into negotiations, oftentimes we'll have a table, and one side will sit on one side, and the other side will sit on the other. So I immediately say, no, we're going to intermix, because we're all one unit here, okay? The objective of negotiations is not to trick the other side into an agreement. Hold information tight and trick. There's public information here, folks. It is to say, these are the resources that we have, and we know that to whom much is given, much is expected, right? But here's the resources we have. What would you do if you were in my seat with those resources? And oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes, that leads to what ends up being about the same decision. I happen to think paying employees well, as I said, equals performance, generally. But I'm not interested in second rate at all. Not in the least. I'm not here for that. I didn't just drive 4 some hours to be second rate. It's not, and my employees will know that. I expect a lot. And, nothing's different with union employees versus other employees. It's the same.
Okay, thank you. Please describe your approach to integrating our role as a board, which is policy setting, with a county administrator role, which is executing the responsibilities that you have?
Well, your role is policy setting, and, you know, I believe when I studied the org chart, the county administrator is your only employee, or one of your few employees.
One.
And I can imagine each one of you, especially because you've been in office for 20 years, especially you, have high expectations for your CEO. And, you know, the board sets policy. It is by law the requirement of the administrator to carry out that policy, whether the administrator likes it or not. Now, there might be, you know, offerings in different ways to get from point A to point B, but really shouldn't those be discussed as policy is being created? If the administrator is playing the administrator role effectively, the administrator will have been heard from during the whole, you know, mixing the cake up and getting ready to bake it process, right?
Okay. If the county is facing a significant budget deficit, limited growth, we can't make any more widgets, not allowed to do that, what actions would you recommend to restore financial stability in the short term and the long term? You can provide examples from your past experience.
Yeah, I mean, there's only, that I know of, there's only two ways to do this, right? One is to bring in more money, and two is to make cuts. Or some combination of those two, which is probably where this falls. You cannot sustain an environment where you are spending more than you are bringing in. That is just, that's a fact. But I also know that especially, and I'm not going to go on my state of Michigan rant here, but I have one. I think every city manager in the state does, and county administrator as well. But, you know, I'll give you a really extreme example of what's occurred in our state. Beyond the fact that taxable values were decimated in the 2008 crash and all the way through 2012, 2013, the state, and I'm going to give you the city of Detroit example because I think it's by far the most extreme. Since 2002, the city of Detroit has had $1 billion with a B, dollars of what it would have received in revenue sharing payments taken away from it by the state. In Oak Park, we've had $22 million in that same amount of time. Now, $22 million doesn't sound like a lot, but for us, that makes all the difference, right? So not only are we being whacked by 2008 crash and the aftermath, we also have a state that's not necessarily working well with its cities. And it's the most egregious part for me is every year when they say, we have a budget surplus, look at us, we're wonderful. You're welcome. You're welcome. There are those of us that think funding our villages and cities is a critical aspect to having a healthy state. It contributes, you know, our Traverse City, our cities within this county, beyond Traverse City even, and the cities out in the other parts of the state are the economic drivers of the state. So here we are, policy-wise now, taking away. So reflexively, local units of government like this one have to find ways to be more efficient. You know, and let's be honest, you can't always do that. You sometimes, you know, you cut a health department, you start to, you know, people become unhealthy, right? And you start to see some of the offshoot of that. In some regards, you may have to look at raising revenue. That's the reality of it. That's the sad reality of it. Because nobody wants to pay more taxes, right? You know, we did this in Oak Park. We had to raise more revenue. We raised revenue through Public Act 345, which is a public safety, pension, and health care liability millage. And for us, it helps. You're seeing a lot more cities around the state doing that. So, you know, I mentioned the pension and the OPEB liabilities. You know, I did read the plan, the 5-year plan, I believe, or not 5-year plan, it was the pension and long-term liability stability plan, I believe. And the plan has some merits, and it definitely has some bright spots. The question is, can that plan be effectively carried out? And it might need to be revisited. It's now back in 2015 if that plan was put in place, so it might have to be revisited. But that concern is going to continue on forever, and unless there's a way to bond against the unfunded portion of the pension system and start to use some of the savings to pre-fund retiree health care, I don't know how to do this. There's not very many ways to do it. unless you're operating at a surplus and you're using the surplus to begin to bring that down. But the plan calls for, you getting to almost fully funded by, I think, a 16-year period, I believe it was, which, at that point, nobody's actually paying into the system. You've got everybody into a defined contribution plan back in 2000, right? So at that point, nobody's paying into the system. So guess what? Now the burden on the general fund becomes even more so because you don't have employees paying into the system. One of the things that stood out, last thing on this part, one of the things that stood out to me was the employees in the general departments of the county. It didn't appear, I think 2 of the units were contributing some into their own pensions, and that struck me as a concern.
That they were paying, or that only 2 were paying?
That only 2 were paying. I think, the reality is that everybody has to take their own stake in this thing. It's an unfortunate reality, but it is something that struck me very much.
Okay. We are in the middle of, or at some stage of developing a strategic plan, possibly a 3 to 5 year plan for the county. And our new administrator would have to kind of take that and run with it. Once established, how would you facilitate the execution of a 3 to 5 year plan?
This is one of my favorite questions, and I get this from people a lot, just generally. I get this a lot. And, in government, anywhere really, but especially in government, there's just so many people with ideas, great ideas, amazing ideas. But there are very few people in government, and I've seen this at the county level, I've worked in the county level, I've worked in the state level, and the local level. And I've seen this all over, everywhere I've been. Very few people can actually implement those ideas. So taking an idea from its raw form to practice. Very, very few people can do that. And it irritates me so much. It's one of my tour de force, because honestly, it is what more government administrators should be doing, is implementing ideas, implementing the policies that are set. As far as the process of determining the strategic plan, I just went through this with my city council. And, I enjoy that process because that's where you roll up your sleeves, you get your ideas out there, you learn from each other, and at the end of it, and you're mixing it up. But at the end of the day, I think if you've done the process correctly, at least from a policy perspective, you'll feel like you have the best result if you roll up your sleeves and put in the time to do it. I would participate fully in that process. Why wouldn't I?
Okay. We are not all 7 going to be here, but for about another year and a half. So we hold board elections every 2 years. And how would you approach the potential of frequent change among our board members?
Well, change is inevitable. Change, even in government, believe it or not, change, my council's every 2 years right now as well. It's scary. It's especially, that's one of my concerns, if I'm being completely honest with you folks. Moving a family up and making a change like that and then having things be volatile and unsettled is a concern. But the only way that I know how to counter something like that is to have an open door policy with candidates, people in office and people leaving office, and the public in general, and making sure that they know what we're trying to accomplish at all times, and being honest and being forthright. If that doesn't work, well, then there's a problem. That's politics, right?
There is. Our county values community involvement and cooperation, and how would you plan to personally integrate into our Grand Traverse County community?
Well, I would integrate the exact same way I've integrated into the Detroit community. And I'm the treasurer, one example. I'm volunteer my time and all my free time with 2 kids and work, and I serve on several nonprofit boards. But one of the nonprofit boards that I volunteer my time on is called the Mariners Inn. And this is a homeless shelter for men in the city of Detroit. And it's in the Cass Corridor, for those of you who are familiar with the Cass Corridor. But the Cass Corridor is not what it used to be. It used to be a pretty dangerous place. Now it's for yuppies and millennials, really. Let's be honest. So my point is, I would immerse myself much the same way. It's not something I have to do. Something I believe very strongly, and it's not. We have an annual event at the Motor City Casino in their sound room, their their conference center every year, and we bring up a couple of the men that we've treated throughout the course of the year, and I sob like a baby because these stories are horrible. And in our society, the expectation is that these men, who have, most of which have been abused as children by whomever or whatever, get into drugs and that lifestyle, that they've made their way through that. And most of them say they feel like they just were born. They're starting their lives, some of them are 40 years old or older. And that's worth its weight in gold for me. So I would immerse myself much the same way. Volunteer activities, and having 2 kids, they would both be enrolled in public schools somewhere in this county. So inadvertently, we'd be very involved.
It's hard not to be.
Hard not to.
Isn't it? Okay, that's all the prepared questions. Let's start at the other end with Dan. Are you
Okay.
ready?
You betcha.
Okay. Here comes the hard part. You don't know these.
Plus, it's fun.
It is, I enjoy
Fun,
this,
yeah.
absolutely.
Tell me about a situation in which you disagreed with your board. What was the situation? What did you do? What was the outcome? And what did you learn?
Well, there's been lots of situations where I've disagreed with my board. This wouldn't be reality if I didn't, right? I mean, there's always going to be disagreements. Everybody has disagreements about what is best for any kind of problem. In particular, when we were building, we just built a new city complex, and the voters, and believe it or not, in 2010, approved a bond issue for this city complex that we opened up in 2013. And so here I come in 2012, and the first thing I'm thinking is, who issues bonds in 2010 after the Great Recession and expects that to turn out well? So I disagreed with that in the first place. Now, we built the new city complex $1 million under budget, and we built it on time. But we only did that because we were diligent and good project managers. But I disagreed with that, and I disagreed with some elements of that building. But guess what? I work for them. They set the direction of that city, just as you set the direction for the county. So I have a lot of different ideas, but it is your ideas that win the day. And make no mistake, that's not something that I take lightly. I believe in democracy. I believe in the policy setting course of this body as well as the one I work for now. And the founders of this county back in the 1800s had something right? So, and the last thing I'll say about, disagreements is human interaction when you're having disagreements, emotional intelligence. And by the way, I have my employees go through a whole training mandatory training, all 200 of them, even the public safety officers, on emotional intelligence. And why? Because it's everything. Your body language, your eye contact, the way you interact with people, if you're showing respect with the way you're posturing, and so forth. All of those things matter. So if I'm doing that when I'm disagreeing with policymakers, my bosses, how can we go wrong? I may not get my way, but they're going to hear what I think is best, and I'm going to do it in as respectful way as I can.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I have 2 real short questions that were prompted by some things that you said. Okay.
Sure.
Do you do the negotiations when you're doing the union stuff?
I do, yes.
Okay. And what sort of role do you have with your state rep? Your state rep, your senator, your state rep, do you have a relationship with those people?
I have a wonderful relationship with those people. And so they hear from me all the time, including our senators and our congressional delegation, too.
So the revenue sharing issue is something you've discussed with them in great detail?
They're tired.
They know where you think.
I'll talk to anybody who wants to talk about the way we are funding our cities and our roads, for that matter.
They done anything for you?
Actually, yeah. We have a gentleman, our state rep, who...
You can give him a shout out. Who is that?
Robert Wittenberg is our state rep.
Okay.
He's a young man, but he's a very can-do, and again, it gets back to some of the things I've said here tonight. He's just willing to listen. He communicates well. And he and I don't always agree, but that's all I can ask for. One of the things that I think is helpful for me, I have an MBA. I'm corporate finance by trade, right? So you'd think I would.
One of those geeks.
Yeah, one of those, right.
Those financial people.
But I think one of the things that has helped me besides that in government has been my time at the MEDC, and I spent 3 years at the MEDC. And while I was at the MEDC, I was one of 3 national business attraction managers. And so our entire goal was to attract international and national businesses to our state. And by virtue of that position, you know, I worked half the time in Lansing, half the time in Detroit, but by virtue of that position, I learned the state government very well and how the thing works, or doesn't work, unfortunately. And so navigating through those waters is a little bit easier for me, I think.
Great. Thank you.
But you ought to demand that the MEDC play a bigger role in this community immediately.
Okay. Bob? What do you think?
Does that ice cream truck have sandwiches?
Bob needs a little pick-me-up.
It has ice
Come on
cream
now.
sandwiches.
Yeah, ice cream sandwiches.
That's okay. I can do that.
They're still good.
That works too.
You know, you talked some about millage for pension. We voted that down recently. Still on the table, and we could probably have a pretty good discussion about it, but we won't go into that tonight, is the possibility of pension bonds. What are your feelings generally towards pension bonds, and given our situation financially?
Well, you're AA rated. Why would you not consider this, right? So here's why this would make sense, and the only reason this would make sense, if your debt service is less than your annual contribution. It's that easy. You know, you guys have, you know, your pension system is a challenge, but you do have some positives. You're using the 2014 mortality table right now. Not many communities we're not doing it. We're using the 2000 mortality table. You know, your rate of return assumption is 7.75, so you're on your way to where you need to be. You're not going to get there overnight. Your actuary should be telling you that you're going to go from 7.75, and in 5 years you're going to be at 6, right? And that should be the goal. So you know you're on your way. You have some positive things. But pension bonds, you should thoroughly evaluate this. I've done this. We're not AA. If we were, I'd very strongly. Madison Heights, if you know where that is, Madison Heights just did this, and the debt service is much less than the annual contribution. So what do? They pay less for the debt service of the bonds, and they use the savings to fund on the top. And guess what? Now they're going to become fully funded. That means different things to different people over the course of a shorter amount of time. So I think that's absolutely got to be something you look at. As far as Public Act 345, if you just voted it down, that's great, but why not consider limiting the millage? Maybe it's 3 mills you're looking at, not just unlimited. The statute calls for unlimited funding for that. So what does that mean? It means unlimited in the sense that whatever the liability is, that's what the mills are going to be. If it's 10, it's 10. If it's 20, it's 20. Why not approve it with a cap? Say, we will approve this, but with no more than 3 mills or whatever. That's what we did. We did that. Ours was 7, but.
I'll go last. Ron?
You've obviously done some checking into our county, and we're, for the most part, pretty conservative in our decisions. Without increasing revenue, what's the what would you recommend? What's our options for cutting our costs, if you've checked into us that far?
Sure. Well, your short-term options for that is cutting costs. If you're not going to increase revenue, there's only one other thing you can do, which is cutting costs.
Where would you, have you checked into us to see where you would cut costs?
I hesitate to answer that part of it a little bit because I would be speaking much out of turn to speak as if I have an expertise in each and every one of the single departments. I do not. I did look at some areas, but I don't want to go into too much detail on it. But as far as long term, you have options available. The only way I know how to long term sustain and grow is to economically develop your county. And I think that gets back to one of my first answers to one of the questions tonight, which was, what do you want to be when you grow up? What does this county and the communities in this county want to be? Do you want to be a metropolis? Do you want to be a tourist destination only? I mean, what is that? The airport here is one example of an asset that is unlimited. This Next Michigan initiative is wonderful in terms of, freight, let's say. But do you want to become the freight capital of the Lower Peninsula? I don't, those are the things that need to be answered. But whatever that is, you're going to grow county revenue by increasing taxable value. And because of Headley, the only way to do that is to bring in new as opposed to increasing the value of existing. It's capped. You're stuck, and our state treasurer limits that to their version of the rate of inflation, which right now, is 1.6% or 1.9%.
Thank you.
Sonny?
Haven't been here 20 years. I've been through 4 county administrators. Most of the time, the county administrator has functioned without a deputy or an assistant. Do you see being able to do this job without an assistant?
Without an assistant?
Without a full-time assistant?
That I wouldn't be able to answer that. I have had an assistant in the past, and I also have an assistant city manager that is also the director of public works in our community right now. The only way that I would ever look to do something like that is if it made the most sense administratively. Do I need someone in this role to be successful? And I don't mean me personally, the county be successful. And that's the only reason. This is a tight budget. I mean, that's the other consideration. Is it absolutely paramount to have someone in that role to be successful? And I'd have to evaluate that. That'd have to be one of the first things. I'd go through a 90-day evaluation. I'd meet with everybody and their brother and sister and cousin and anyone who wants to meet with me. And I do a lot of listening, trying to get my arms around what's going on.
Tom?
Well, I'm sort of interested in hearing a little bit more about how you joined the public safety together. That's the largest department here in our county as far as expense goes. Makes up about a third of our budget. It's larger than any other department as well. But I'm thinking of ways that the county can actually bring in more money. Did you take a look at our area that's called the Commons? It was a former state hospital.
I have not seen it personally, but I did read about it.
Okay. Coming up at the end of 2017, it's a tax-free zone right now. It's a Renaissance zone. At the end of 2017, that ends.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm concerned about that, but you didn't look into it. TIF is another thing that is, changes the direction of taxes that are collected.
Mm-hmm.
Our downtown area has 2 TIF districts. One was just renewed. I don't know if you have any comments about TIF or not. It's not a county vote, but it's a city vote, and it definitely affects the county. It's the county seat as well. But if those aren't questions you want to answer, maybe you could just compare and contrast, what Oak Park government is, because you know it, and compare it with what you know about Grand Traverse County.
Sure. Let me speak about the TIF question first. The county has one role, and the way the statute is set up, the county has a role, which is you can opt in or out of your portion of the mills. And I don't know how much of that you've done. It sounds like you're opted in on the DDA TIFs that exist. In concept, the idea of TIFs as an economic development tool is great. But in practice, does it really work? And I think there are some brownfield TIFs, for example, I think work generally, but more so than the DDA ones, which, the DDA statute, it was never supposed to be an unlimited, go on forever TIF. It was supposed to be you completed the projects in your development plan, and the TIF disappeared. Well, Ferndale, if you guys know where Ferndale is, a suburb of Detroit, right near us, they've had a TIF forever with no development plan, and the state continually pounds on their door. If I were to support a TIF, it would be linked with exact specific projects that would be completed and the TIF would be gone. That's another way to strip revenue from the budget. Okay. As far as comparing Oak Park to this county, there's a lot of uniqueness about this county. There's also a lot of uniqueness about Oak Park. Oak Park is the 8th most diverse community in the state. We have 30,000 people in 5 square miles there, so it's much more dense. And we have a very large Orthodox Jewish community in Oak Park. And for those of you that know the Orthodox Jewish community, that's a walking community. They walk to synagogue daily. And so it's incumbent that we make sure their walk is safe. So safe routes to schools, place-making things, complete streets, and you guys are doing some of that, which I think is great. Those are all absolutely critical to what we're trying to accomplish. You guys have, in comparison, better bones than Oak Park, and I don't mean that to be derogatory towards Oak Park, but the communities, the townships, villages, and cities that make up Grand Traverse, you know, the natural assets, the airport, the natural amenities. We don't have those things. We're in the inner-ring suburbs of a major city, so we have lots of traffic and lots of people, tightly packed. But I think, again, as I said in one of my previous answers, all the things that you have represent unlimited potential that I don't know that Oak Park truly has. There's potential there, but it's only to go up, meaning build up, and we're doing some of that.
That's why I mentioned what's known as the Commons today was a state hospital. It will definitely be coming up because I'll be bringing it up. What's going to happen when they go back on the tax roll for 2018? That's a very large area, a lot of property value, and that's unique. You know that it's off the rolls right now.
Is that a federal Renaissance zone you're speaking? Is that one is in a federal Renaissance zone?
I think it's. Well, that's a good question. My guess is it's state. Do you know, Chris?
State.
State, yeah.
Okay. All right, so.
Okay. There's 7 of us, and we're all different. And I know you've had experience with councils and board members before. How do you, I don't know that I could work for a board. 7 different people, how do you deal with that we're all different? There are times, and we talked about a little bit about what do you do if you disagree with the decision. What if there's only 4 of us that said, go that way, and you know there's 3 that don't want to go that way? How do you balance that?
Well, I'll just answer the way I did a moment ago, which you have to communicate and you have to have respect. You know, when I came to Oak Park, and this will be in November, my 4th council, as I may have mentioned, and the first council I worked for, they said, oh, we've never agreed on anything. And in the 5+ years that I've been there, we've only had 3 votes ever where it wasn't unanimous. Why? I take a lot of responsibility for that and my staff as well, because we've communicated with them. You know, I'm not going to put something up in front of you if I don't have your support and input and what direction you'd like to see us going. I don't mean we're violating the Open Meetings Act by saying that. I mean, we've talked, we've worked through some of the issues, we've done our jobs. That's what the public expects us to do. And we're not always going to agree. That's just the way this works. That's the nature of a good democracy. I always use this example because I get asked this question a lot from people who don't work in government, friends of mine even, who all make a lot more money in the private sector. But they say, how can you work for 5 different people? And I say to them, you know, the Founding Fathers, I know we have like this view of the Founding Fathers like they were sitting in Constitution Hall and they were all like, you know, that's a good point, and let's go with that. You know, they got into fist fights and threw things and tried to kill each other and, you know, right? They're making sausage in there.
Come false.
Right? Yeah, right. So, and making sausage is hard, but it's delicious when you're done.
Okay. We have some more time. Does anybody have any more questions?
Does he have any questions?
Anything else?
I'd ask.
Do you have one more? Okay.
Yeah. You obviously, I would assume, working for the city, have had to do a budget reduction. And what was it? And how did you prioritize the areas that you chose to reduce. And
Yeah. Well, that's a great question. I mean, it's one of the, as I mentioned, I mean, that was job one. One of the things that none of us local units of government can do is have a deficit at the end of the year, because guess what? That creates a chain reaction. The state takes you over. And that's what I was facing. The budget deficit, operating deficit I was facing was about $3 million. So, by going, one example that I didn't use before was, going from a fully funded healthcare, active healthcare system to a pay-as-you-go. You guys have taken it to the next step, which is I think you're 80/20, correct?
Yes.
So you've used Public Act 152 to the extreme. And we have not even done that yet. We've gone to the hard cap and made ourselves hard cap compliant. So by going to pay-as-you-go, that was a ton of immediate savings. Again, we audited every single department, including public safety, and found about $1 million or so of savings. And these were immediate savings, things that we could almost book right now. I mentioned the stamp machine, postage machine in the clerk's office. And there were tons of other areas where, consolidating different functions, getting rid of unnecessary equipment, machinery. We had so much of that wasn't even being used, that was just sitting there, that I thought maybe you'd want to look at that stuff immediately, right? Assets not being used, might be land even. You might have to look at something like that. I mean, these are dramatic steps that you would take in a situation like that. And again, that was the short-term stuff. And I don't know if I mentioned this before, but one thing I will say that we've added, I just located a 300,000 square foot FedEx ground facility in our community, by the way, on 8 Mile Road, nonetheless. And they're online now, and they're on the tax rolls. And so that's $250,000 of taxable value of the city's portion that we now get brand new, that we wouldn't have otherwise had. Now, it took us quite a while. It took a long time. But that's what I mean when I say growing your way out of these messes as opposed to just cutting your way out of these messes. It has to be both. And that's proof that it works. Today, and this is, now, we do 3-year budgets. I have a 3-year budget that I've done the last 2 years, even though every year I'm statutorily required to do a budget. But we have a 3-year balanced budget. And today, so I went from an operating deficit of $3 million in 2012 that I inherited, and today I have a $3.5 million rainy day fund balance, unrestricted cash, general fund. And I'm pre-funding retiree health care. I have a couple million in there now. We had 0 in 2012. Not uncommon. Again, most communities are in that situation. You're not unique in that way at all. And I saw an article today, the governor is expecting all of us to fully fund our retiree health care liability. I don't know if you guys saw that in the newspaper today, but I thought, wow.
Really?
That just means they're going to help us, right? There's going to be some assistance coming.
Good luck with that.
It's expected.
We should note that we did implement 152, but it has not been negotiated into all of our labor contracts yet.
Gotcha.
They're waiting for the new administrator. To see,
I would have some
test
fun.
the waters and to see what happens.
So
I
let's
would
see.
too. So,
I'm going to ask for 20% of the health care, and I'm going to say you need to contribute to your pension as well. So this is going to be fun. This is going to...
Okay. So I guess that's all we have. Do you have anything for us? Do you have
Yes.
any questions or anything else that you'd like to say? We have
Well,
minutes, I think.
I have actually a few questions if we still have time. One of them, and I'll just open this up to all of you, one of them is, how do you feel about the long-term liability situation? Do you feel confident in that plan and that it's being executed effectively?
Anybody?
I think when we just extended the amortization helped greatly, because it helped stabilize and everything else is still based on the same if the market stays the same. We know it's probably not in the next 16 years. So we have that going. With being in MERS, they are trying to slowly reduce their rate of return back to a realistic, so you're going to have that gap grow. But I think looking at that, growing your economic base here, Braun can build some more houses, we can get some more income coming in. I think we headed in the right direction, but it's something that's going to require constant diligence to look over. We can't rest now because we've just done that. We still have a lot more to go.
Right. And this is a commissioner for Commissioner Wheelock. I'm saying your name right, I hope, right?
That's fine. Yeah.
In the 20 years that you've been on this board, what are the biggest changes that you've seen? And where do you see it going to, this community?
I think it's economics, it's growth, it's the cost of health care for employees, the idea that, this board, or the county board, closed defined benefit programs for new hires in 2000, effective in 2001, with the exception of the circuit court, because the circuit court judges would not sign off. But the fact is that debt has continued to grow. The contribution was, 6% of the salaries. Well, the salaries in 1984, when some of these people were hired, or in the mid-'80s, are significantly different than they are going to be, what their final compensation is going to be when they retire. The pension debt is huge. I don't know, should the county have been monitoring it more? I'm sure we should have. We were paying MERS $190,000 a year to manage our retirement system. They kept sending us actuarials that says your premium is X number of dollars for this year. We never once failed to make that payment. But, some of it's economics. The economy lost huge, our investments lost huge in 2004, 2005, in 2008, 2009. By MERS own explanation, they lost 25% of our money in 2008. The only way to continue to meet those promises that were made to those employees is for the county to kick in more money, or to have a windfall on the interest of the money that they've got invested, or what's left that they have invested. I don't think they're going to get that windfall that they want. They project a 7.75% return on our money, and in 2015 they lost 0.5%. That's not only did they not get 7.75%, but they cost us $500,000 of our money.
Yeah, and if I may, Madam Chair, the index is at 8, so you're at 7.75 return assumption, but your index is 8, so that means that anything you get over 8, then you're going to make some on it, right? So you even got a bigger hurdle there, and it's not, again, that's not uncommon.
It's not uncommon, whether it be governmental entities or whether it be businesses that still have residual employees on defined benefit programs are seeing this problem across the board. The other thing with the pension thing is, I personally don't believe we have to be 100% funded today. Some of these employees will not draw that money for another 20 years. Why do we have to be 100% funded today? And, we've had, as you can tell from the conversation, we've had this discussion a lot.
I can imagine.
And we've talked about millages, we've talked about bonding, the pros and the cons. And, there's no simple answer here. Every part about it is complicated, and it's too damn complicated to try to explain to somebody in a 20-minute open meeting.
Absolutely. One more?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
All right. Dr. Lathrop, and am I saying your name right, too?
Yeah.
What do you think the county wants to be when it grows up? What will this place be 20 years from now, this county?
I want it to be safe and prosperous and beautiful. I think we should capitalize on the beauty, the surrounding. We should protect our natural resources. We need to have housing for working people. We need a new jail. We need a happy board.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
Let's not get crazy now.
I think we can do it. We've got. I agree with you. This is boundless here. What I don't want to become is a city like Bay City or Grand Rapids, where tall buildings and things are stacked on each other, and that bitterness of the big city. I don't know how to answer that, but I don't want to go there. I want the water in West Bay to be drinkable 100 years from now, like it is today.
Sure.
Okay, anybody else have anything? No. Okay, thank you,
Thank
Eric,
you.
very much.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it very much. And it
Thank
was
you.
great to meet all of you.
Thank you for making the trip. Appreciate it. And we'll take,
Going home tonight?
I don't think so, no. I still have a lot of
Stick
work to do,
around.
believe it or not.
so we'll take 5?
Yes.
Yep, stretch break, and we'll come right back.
Okay.
Okay? Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you.
Waiting on James, and anybody seen Tom?
Saw him earlier.
Okay, we will reconvene. Are you getting up? Oh, no, okay.
Getting back.
All right, James again.
Thank you very much. And I apologize, some of this will be repeated, but for the benefit of the candidate. You've been provided questions and note pages for each of the candidates. Those are free for your use in order to record your thoughts as the interview progresses and to be used later for discussion regarding the interviews. There will be three parts to the interview. The first is questions to be asked by the commission chair. The second part will be questions asked by the individual commissioners. And the third part will be asking if the candidate has any questions for the commission. At the beginning, we'll ask each commissioner to let the candidate know who they are and a little bit about what they do outside of being a county commissioner. There is no lead-in opportunity for the candidate necessarily with an introduction, but the first question does set itself up well for the individual to go ahead and let you know a little bit about themselves in return to your telling them who you are. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next candidate. Vicki Powell comes from Mississippi to us this evening, so we appreciate her making the trip up. And I'd like to introduce her and put her in the center seat.
Where it's intimidating.
Just don't let her push the button, you know.
Yeah, there we go.
Where's the button?
Well, welcome. Thank you for making the trip. And I do apologize that we're rather late in our interviews, but the others ran a little late, so. We'll get started. We'll start with Sonny this time. Sorry.
Okay.
Introduce yourself, Sonny.
I'm Sonny Wheelock. My family's lived within 5 miles of my home for 175 years.
Wow.
I'm a third-generation business owner of a welding fabricating company my grandfather started in 1946. I have 4 adult children, 8 grandchildren. I've been a county commissioner for 20 years. I served on the township board in Long Lake Township for 18 years before that.
Wow.
I've been around a while. I tell people all the time, you can't plan for our future if you don't understand our past. I tend to be the historian once in a while, and I have to tell them about the past. But maybe they don't want to hear it, but sometimes they're always going to hear it from me anyway. So, thank you.
Ron?
Welcome, Vicki. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, sir.
My brother and I own a construction company, build homes, develop subdivisions. We've been doing that for 40 years. I have 2 sons that work with us in the business and have 2 granddaughters. And enjoy I've been here all my life, as well as my family. There's been, I think, 4 generations here. But it's a great place to raise a family. So, again,
Indeed.
thanks for coming.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Carol Crawford. I'm the chair of the board. I am also an accountant, at times full-time in tax season, at times not full-time. I am a full-time mom. And speaking of a good life, we moved here about 14 years ago from Orlando, Florida, for a better life for my kids. And that is why I'm a county commissioner, because I do want it to be a good life for them. I'll be here the rest of my life, and I want it to be a good place for us to be for the rest of our lives. So,
Bob Johnson, currently work for Consumers Energy. I moved here in 2002 from Miami, Florida when I retired from the Coast Guard because I love my wife dearly. I became a commissioner just for the snacks.
thanks, Bob. Cheryl?
They're quite good.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Follett. I'm a hometown girl, 5th generation native. I'm an attorney by trade. Been married for almost 40 years, have a couple of grown kids and 5 grandbabies, the newest born 3 weeks ago. So,
Congratulations.
thank you.
That's what life's all about,
It
these
is.
grandbabies.
That's right.
Dan?
I'm Dr. Dan Lathrop. I'm a board-certified reconstructive foot and ankle surgeon. I've been a doctor for 45 years. Next to Sonny, I've been on this board the longest, I think. Is that right? And I'm older than all of you. So
I don't know.
They're late bloomer.
I love being a county commissioner. I love being a public servant, even when it gets feisty here. Welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Tom?
My name is Tom Mayer. I live in the historic neighborhood, have a real old house, lived here since '87, and I'm from downstate. I see that you worked in Troy and Southfield. I went to Southfield Public Schools, so I'm familiar with that area, familiar with the automobile business. There's actually a conference up here in August, the first week, that's very interesting. It's an international automotive conference that's sponsored by the University of Michigan. Sometimes I attend that.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Nice to meet you all.
We'll get started.
Thank you.
As James said, the first question, why Grand Traverse County? Why this position? How is it a good fit for you, and how are you a good fit for our county?
First of all, I'm going to back up and just explain that I had a technical difficulty at the hotel, so I will just be speaking with no notes, no anything, because we were unable to print anything out. So you're just going to get the raw Vicky, and what you see is what you get. So.
Okay, fair enough.
So my background is I was born and raised in Michigan my entire life. We did family vacations up north here in Petoskey, Gaylord, Grayling. We still own property at Lakes to the North. We went camping there every year as children. And then when I got married and had children of my own, we did the same thing, came to the same places, Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Crystal Mountain, and Grand Traverse Resort. And I just love Michigan, and northern Michigan in particular. This truly is God's country. A few years ago, I remarried and moved to Mississippi, also with the thought in mind that I wanted to live in a warm weather state. But once you leave Michigan, you realize how amazing the Four Seasons are, and also a massive draw is my two sons, who still are in Michigan, have had children in the past year and a half or year and 4 months. So I have two grandbabies here in Michigan, and I've got to get back here to them. And so I also, with all of the background that, I read of the description, it just felt like it was completely describing me. The things that you wanted, some public experience, you wanted private sector experience, you wanted, the degrees, you wanted the communication styles that I have, the management styles that I have. It just felt like this, really is something that would be an excellent fit. But I didn't initially apply because of the timing. I thought that you were going to have to fill the position immediately, and the deadline went by, and it was still just gnawing at me. I'm like, I need to at least place a phone call to James. And I called him, and he said, well, send me your stuff, and we'll see what happens. And so here I am. So for me, it's a win-win. Just I didn't even realize that through all of my private working, you're climbing the ladder, you're succeeding for yourself, you excel, and you get rewarded on a personal basis. But a lot of it feels like you're pushing paper, and you're not touching people. And I am just enamored with the public service aspect of my work now. I feel like all of my prior experience in finance and human resources and sales and marketing and all of those things have perfectly prepared me to be able to be a county administrator. And so I've been now a county administrator for 2.5 years. And when I look back, I kind of think, how in the world did I ever, get through my first budget and all of those things? But it's a wonderful thing to be able to work with the citizens. I have completely open door policy. People come in every day, all day long, no appointments. They just walk in. It's the South, and you don't start any conversation with business. It's, how's your mama? How's your family? And it took me a little while to learn the culture, and I have a feeling they're, one extreme, Detroit metropolitan area is another, and I have a feeling that Grand Traverse County is right in the middle.
Okay. So based on your research and understanding of Grand Traverse County, what do you think are the most important opportunities and challenges that our county faces now and in the future?
Okay. I think one of the most significant ones is one that you've just recently come up with a solution for, which was your pension and OPEB. That absolutely, it's happening all over, and you're, at least from my understanding, one of the first ones that I'm aware of that have kind of solved it, or at least come up with a plan and you're moving in the right direction. I know in Mississippi, we just this year are starting to get what those numbers are, and they're just kind of saying, oh, it's funny money, it's paper, let's just record it, but everybody knows it really doesn't mean anything. But we really all know it really does mean something. That is an obligation that is unfunded and has to be dealt with down the road. So I applaud you for having come to that conclusion already. I think some of the other things that maybe, I noticed that you have AS400, which my county does too. And that is kind of antiquated and probably does need to be shifted to a Windows-based system where each department can share information and you're not having to recreate. I know we'll have amazing tax records of who owns what property and who's living at what address. We'll have that in the tax department, but we don't have it in emergency 911. We have to send them a report. They rekey it, I guess, and it's ridiculous, the duplicative nature of the work and the potential for error and all of that. So I would assume that the IT assessment's probably an important one. And I had also seen that, potentially, I had read an article, but I think it was from 2015, about having affordable housing for, you have a huge service industry where people are making, a lower wage, and there's a need for, somehow being able to generate, either bringing people, companies in that want to, build or potentially subsidize them, give them tax breaks or something to be able to create some, good housing for your service industry kind of people, because your community is built on your awesome customer service and, giving people a good experience when they're here and all of that. So.
Bless you. Okay, thank you. Describe, if you can, in detail, a project or a program that you created or initiated that enhanced your internal organization, something different that enhanced your community.
Okay. From the internal organization, when I arrived, I was originally hired to be the assistant county administrator. The county administrator had been there for 30-some years, and she had been in and out of the hospital and been ailing. So I was interviewed in December of 14 to be assistant county administrator and grant writer. They took, till March to decide to make a selection and hire, but by that time she had not been returned to work for 3 or 4 months, and so I was hired as assistant, but she never returned, so I ended up not having any transition, and things were pretty neglected for a little while. So some of the things that I did when I first came in was create the segregation of duties. We had an awful lot of checks and balances that didn't exist. We had people that would be writing checks, but then also be reconciling the bank statements and inputting a new employee into the system and then running payroll. So I spent a lot of time restructuring administration and finance so that we had a good separation of duties. Created job descriptions for all of our road department and building and grounds and convention center and finance and HR and all of that. Just trying to bring structure to the administration, because things have been done the same way for a very long time, and just the players all knew what to do, but nothing was in writing. We've created some new policies about drug testing if there's an accident in a county vehicle. Just trying to kind of process improvement. I'm just constantly looking for ways to improve the process, eliminate things that we can't discover why things are being done a certain way. So we're trying to make those kinds of changes. We did have, when I first came in, there was a budget line item for our health care. We're self-funded, and our budget line item was $500,000, but the expenses were $3 million.
Oh, goodness.
So that was a huge crisis in my mind. And I guess she just previously, we get funding from the state called Riverboat Gaming. There's gambling there in Mississippi, so we derive revenues from that. So she would just pay it from that, and but so I did a lot of cleanup in the budget kinds of things. From a external perspective, we had 2 supervisors. We have board of supervisors, and there are 5. And we had 2 that had a heart for wanting to do something for the children in the community. So they designated $100,000, and I created a summer internship program and allowed, we have 5 municipalities, and we allowed them to select their 8 students in each one of their municipalities. So we had 40 students overall, and they were paid $7.25 an hour. They worked for 6 weeks or 240 hours. And we tried to teach them work skills. We tried to teach them, to put their cell phones away, just all kinds of, giving them their very first work experience and letting them know what's expected, of them as they enter the real world of working. And it also benefited the municipalities because they are putting these employees, these students to work in their libraries and their offices, in building and grounds. They were lawn mowing and weed whacking and all of those things. So it benefited the communities and the students as well. And now we're in our 3rd year. Last Friday was the last day of this 6-week internship.
Okay, good. Tell us how you would approach building trust and respect of the employees and the community. How would you go about that?
I'm just a firm believer that everybody should be respected and cared for just the way we want to, and there's no way to know someone's job without going and speaking to them and seeing what that job is. And the people in the trenches are the ones that really understand what's going on, and can offer up ideas of things that can be improved or changed. You don't necessarily always implement everything, but it's all taken into account, and you really have to have a team of people that brainstorm ideas and come up with ideas and suggestions, and you get buy-in from people. If people feel like they have a stake in the situation, they're going to run the distance with you. But if you're just top down telling them this is how we're going to do this, there's always a resistance to change, and change is uncomfortable. But if you let them be part of it and be involved, and you have better success in completing your goals.
Okay. Thank you. This kind of goes along with the previous question. Tell us your communication style and plan for communicating with the board, the employees, the public, and the press.
Okay. Initially, I thought, well, they're all kind of the same, but they're really not, because
press,
of course,
specifically the press.
That's the one. That's right. Exactly.
That's what I really want to know.
But the board, my view of that relationship is that it needs to be, collaborative, open, and honest. And I, in my position currently, and anywhere I would be in this role, would be as a resource to the commission to do, the due diligence, the investigation, to develop solutions and alternatives and ideas and pros and cons, and the SWOT analysis, and then bring you information with some recommendations, likely, for then the commission to determine what's the best plan of action. Working with appointed, well, let's go to elected officials. Elected officials, I work with the sheriff and the chancery clerk and the, all the different judges. Trying to think of the other elected positions, tax assessor, tax collector, all of those. We have mutually, we have needs of information from each other at all times. So, it's, again, you just care for each other with, love and respect, and know that, we're all here just trying to do the very best we can. And if, there are times when you have someone stubborn, but you find ways to work it out, just like you do in any other situation in a family or whatever. We all need to learn how to get along together, and I generally am a pretty good peacemaker.
Okay. How would you communicate with the press? Any clue?
Generally, I would hope that there's an opportunity to know in advance what is going to be, requested, and then my preference that we currently try to do is have a written, press release, basically, so that there's not any misunderstanding, and he said, she said. Here, it's in black and white, and everyone's heard the same story, and it's been vetted first through wherever it needs to, whether it's the department, if it's building and grounds issue, or if it's a sheriff's issue. All of those stakeholders need to be involved in what that communication is going to be.
Okay. We kind of started to answer this one. We have a mix of department heads. Some are elected. Some of our department heads are appointed by other boards, such as Parks and Rec or the Veterans Administration, and some are direct hires by the administrator. How, kind of started to answer, but how would you manage that environment of departments? They all have varying levels of autonomy. How would you manage the difference between them? They don't all necessarily work for the county administrator.
Right. I think the county administration office has a support function to all of those because, at least in my county, we run the payroll for each one of those departments, and we're the HR side for all of those departments, and implement policy at times. So again, I think it's in a support role, and mutually, though. I'm sure that there are times when I need information from any of those, and you've built your relationships so that you can be able to acquire the information that you need, and that you are always willing to provide the information that's needed. What was the other group? Your own staff. Yes. There, I think you take more of a hand in trying to make sure that you have the right people in the right positions, and that you're trying to play to their strengths and try to expand them, and give them stretch assignments. And I really do like to talk to my staff, find out the things that they're interested in, and then give them assignments that kind of test that, in a safe environment, and meet with them on a regular basis to measure how they've been doing in it, and mentor the employees. We don't have a great deal of training available. Our county has more of a philosophy that we can't utilize any county funds for anything that doesn't benefit all citizens. So if I have someone that I wanted her to, she wants to get her MBA, and I support that. So I checked to see, could we contribute in any way, even if it was, I know in my corporate background, you could do that, and you could then have them commit that they're going to work for you for the next 5 years. A fellowship, basically. But I was told by our county attorney that no, that can't do that. So I don't know if that's Mississippi, statute versus Michigan. That I don't know. But she is going on to get her MBA anyway. But I do wish that there was more opportunity to provide training opportunities, because some people are financially constrained from doing so. I have brought in, we have an MSU also, but it's Mississippi State University. Not nearly as cool as this one here, but I really like U of M much better. But anyway.
Oh, no.
Oops.
All right. We'll move on.
Yeah. But our Mississippi State University does have a governmental entity, training entity, and I have utilized them on several occasions. I've had them come in and do purchasing law training for anyone that touches anything related to purchasing law. And about 3 weeks ago, I had them come in and do management training that was for anyone that supervises anyone. And it was more of a understanding the different generational perspectives and what motivates each different, I can never say that word.
Millennials,
thank you. The baby boomers, the Generation X, Y, because we end up having biases or, preconceived notions about them, and yet when you understand the things that, influence them and motivate them, it gives you an opportunity to step back and say, well, I need to approach this differently, because they aren't coming from the same experiences that we are, and with the same set of eyes. So that's a training. But in this instance, they do those trainings for us for free. So.
Okay. So we have 13 collective bargaining units. What would be your approach to collective bargaining? Do you have any experience in that? How would you approach that?
Yeah, that is a new one to me, because we don't have really any unionization in Mississippi. Obviously, when I worked in Michigan at Delphi, GM, TI, Automotive, all of those, we had lots of unions. And when I was in Human Resources, we had an entire department staffed with people that did those negotiations. But again, I just think that people are people, and we can all negotiate things that can be mutually beneficial, but there always has to be the understanding of what is the constraint of the county's resources. They're not unlimited. So they being the union representatives, have to understand that there's a limited resource, and if you try to overextend it, you're going to kill the whole system, and it won't be sustainable. So I, having put 15 years into Delphi and had my pension going to the PBGC, I do know that that can happen.
Yes. So describe your approach to integrating the policy-setting role of the board with the execution responsibility of the county administrator. So that's all we do is set policy. We don't want to stick our hands down in there, so how would you do that?
All right, so that's, what I think the main function of this position is to do all of those, find out what the items of interest to this commission is, and then go off and do the due diligence and the research and the investigation and the brainstorming and coming up with ideas and recommendations and then bringing them back to the board. This is the policy-making body. You make the decisions and then I implement and execute them. It's just that simple.
Okay. So if the county is facing a significant budget deficit with limited growth in property tax revenue, because we can't make any more of anything, what actions would you recommend to restore financial stability in the short term and in the long term? And if you have any past experiences in doing that, you can use those examples.
Okay. In the short term, and these are examples of things that we have done, is limit all discretionary spending. And we used to, last year, just in the last quarter or so of the year, put in place a statute internally that any department that wants to expend more than $1,000, it has to come before the board. This new board has chosen to have that stay year-round. So any expenditure over $1,000 has to be reviewed by the board. Now, we know that that's just not feasible because everything, how many things happen during a 2-week or 3-week cycle. So what happens is they come to me and I sign off on them and then I get them ratified by the board. And they're standard things. Road department, is going to spend $15,000 to $20,000 every week on, asphalt and various kinds of gravel. And, the building and grounds department is going to be, repairing air conditioners and, all of these things. But that's what we have put in place. So if there's anything's unusual, then I would, call one or two of the supervisors and get some input and make sure that I've got 3 knocks before I would sign off on it. So that's what we do. Limit discretionary, and then scrutinize the budget that you do have left and determine, do you really need to spend it for the things that it's currently allocated for, or could some initiatives be pushed down, down the road a little bit if they aren't something that's time sensitive. For the long term, and we did have to do this a year and a half ago, we got a tax anticipation loan because again, when I got into the role, I saw that even though our total bottom line cash balance was not falling below what it was supposed to, we were in effect utilizing allocated funds or funds that were restricted. So to avoid doing that, we got a tax anticipation loan for $3 million that carried us from the last quarter till when you're getting all of your revenues in the first quarter. So that $3 million, it cost us, I think, $6,300 to have done so, but it kept everything, it kept us from having a finding, in our audit reports.
Okay. We're currently in the process of a 3 to 5 year plan for the county, like a strategic plan. Once established, how would you facilitate the execution of such a plan?
So you've already identified what the topics are, and then
we're about halfway through it.
Okay.
We've sent it out to the department heads and gotten back some input, and that's, I think, where it sits right about now.
Right. So obviously, if there's more investigation to be done, then that's what I would do. And then once the strategic plan is developed, then I think you have to establish some milestones along the way that you can then measure against to see where you are. And everything in life is you make a plan and then you tweak the plan, and things change and the situations change. So it's probably an ongoing situation where it's always being evaluated, but it needs to not just be put up on a shelf and forgotten. It needs to be reviewed frequently and discussed and adjusted if need be.
Okay. The county holds board elections every 2 years. The 7 of us are not always going to be the 7 of us.
Right.
How would you approach the potential, or it's not potential, we will change, the frequent
reality
change
of.
among the board members, the reality of that?
Right. So this is unique from what my county has, which is 4-year cycle.
Okay.
And when I first came to the board, several of the people had been there for 16 years, one had been there 20, and there was 1 or 2 that were new. But in the following term, we turned 4 over. We had 1 person that is our institutional knowledge of where we've been. And so that was an eye-opening experience. It was, I had only started the March before. And when they came in, I think they, had some ideas of they wanted to maybe bring in someone of their own and, a little bit resistant. But it ended up all resolving, and everyone has, the faith that, they know that they've got the right person in the job, and we work very well together. I do believe that the longer you're in these roles, the better you become. So it's a little challenging for you, I would think, to have to learn all of this in 2 years. Because I truly believe you just become better and better the longer you're in it.
So Sunny's just awesome at this point. Yes, it's a big learning
but I
curve.
did go through a difficult struggle where there was, just some desire to make a change, and they chose not to at the time, and now they're, extremely grateful. This past board meeting on Monday, I offered that, the budget planning has in the past been where we get together like every other day for about 3 weeks, and it's just grueling because they would go line item by line item. And I told them, this is our 2nd year together doing the budget, and it will be my 3rd, and I really believe I can just do this budget myself. I can give you, a package that you can then react to. It'll be a balanced budget of revenues and expenses, and if I had to leave some things out, then you're going to have to decide what gets put back in or what comes out. But I think I have a good enough feel that I can handle that, and they actually applauded. So.
Okay. Okay. So our county values community involvement and cooperation. How would you plan to personally integrate into Grand Traverse County community?
I assume much like when I first went to Mississippi, and at that time I didn't have a job, and I just wanted to figure out where to get plugged in at. So I went and met with people in the city, the county, the presidents of banks, the schools. I did volunteer work in the schools. I still do. I during the school year, read 1 day a week for an hour on a Wednesday morning to 3 little girls in 2nd grade, and I switch up children every year. So I think just going and seeing where there are needs and where my strengths fit in well. I love people, I love babies, I love old people, I love children, so I think that there's probably lots of opportunities. I actually have looked there they have a pretty high incidence of underage and unmarried people having babies. And so I would think that there's a need for some mentoring and some, this is how you take care of a baby, and this, but I haven't found, I think it's one of those things you're going to have to just find an individual and get, connected that way. But that's something that I would enjoy, because I know there's such a need for that there. But there they have strong family networks too, so maybe, it's not necessarily a need for an outside person too.
Okay. That is all the prepared questions.
Does that mean we're done now?
No.
I'm teasing.
That means we get to ask a little off the cuff. We're going to start with Bob.
You mentioned that you restructured finance and administration, and I'm sure you probably heard, because you kind of alluded to it, that that's how we've always done things. So how did you handle, because I'm sure you got pushback on saying we want to change this, how did you handle that and address it with the employees?
Yeah, I just had to go really slow. I came in gangbusters, all this corporate background, and I know how to fix this, and I got the slap down. So I learned that you have to go slow and easy, and when the things that were related to getting things right on a statute level or whatever, that we just, were able to implement. But again, just trying to get people's buy-in, involve them in the solution and in carrying it out. But it is slower than, the saying of you can go fast by yourself, but you can go further with many, so.
Being from the south, we do have a slower speed.
Well, I'm still accused if I talk too fast, I move too fast, I drive too fast.
Do you like sweet tea?
Not really.
See? That's the only kind of tea there is in the south. So.
It is.
Cheryl, what with you?
How do you personally handle conflict?
I try to avoid it, but in general, I try to be a peacemaker.
Well, let's assume you can't avoid it.
Okay.
Let's assume that
You
you're
find a
surrounded by it. How do you handle it?
Like 7?
Yeah.
Well, I won't limit it to 7.
You just try to bring it to a common ground. I mean, I've had many employees that have come in and they've been disciplined and they want to tell their case and they don't believe that they've been properly, handled. And in the end, I can talk them down and, we can agree to disagree, but respectfully. So you're not always going to change anyone's mind. But if you're referring more to like in a group work environment and resolving conflict, or is it a one-on-one?
Oh, I'm just curious. I mean, that's a strategy. I mean, do you run? Do you, throw darts? I mean, everybody handles it differently.
Mm-hmm. I think it depends on the situation. If it's something that can be avoided and just let it slide, then I probably just let it slide. If it's something that needs a resolution, then I would work toward coming up with a resolution. And sometimes it has to be a compromise of what they're looking for and what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan?
Tell me about a situation in which you disagreed with your board. What was the situation? What did you do? What was the outcome, and what did you learn?
Boy, I wish that was on the pre-list.
You saved some goodies.
If I had my way, you wouldn't have
If
got
I
questions.
really, if I can be absolutely honest, I had one very recently where we had our planning director come in and want an increase. And the perspective is that he really isn't doing, and that we could do without the position, and there's been speculation that maybe we should just be purchasing that function from the city. So he came and requested a salary increase, and so the board asked me to go off and do research on comparable counties and what their salaries are, qualifications, and so on. And so I did that, and it probably took, a good part of a week. We have 82 counties, and I tried to reach out to all of them, but very specifically to the ones that are of a common size. And what my findings were was that there were only 5 counties that did have a planning director, and all of those planning directors had a master's degree or more, and they were all a population of in excess of 120,000 people. And we're only 51. So I came back with those findings, and to my mind, that says, we don't need to give him a raise. Oh, he has no education either. He had come from the solid waste department. So that would have been my thought that we would, but instead one of them said, let's just give the guy the money anyway. He deserves it. And they didn't give it to him yet, but they kicked the can down the road and said, we'll readdress it at budget planning time. I just think that's the wrong message, but that's not my decision to make. I will execute whatever they come back with.
What did you learn from it?
You know what I did learn about it? Don't get invested in it. My role in this is to be the researcher and the option provider, and if that's what this commissioner or my board of supervisors chooses, then I've done my job.
That's a great answer. I think that one of the things I have learned is don't take this stuff personally.
That's right.
It's been hard.
Yes, I know, we're horrible, we're just horrible. Okay. Tom?
What are some of the other differences? It's remarkable that the unions aren't part of the employee force. Well, that's a big difference.
Right.
What are some of the other differences? I think I read somewhere that, economically, the county isn't maybe as well off as this county is.
Right, that's true.
Maybe you could speak to our, solutions for our long-term pension debt, or you could talk about other things that you researched and learned about our county when you were looking at, taking the job. I was glad that you mentioned SWOT analysis, so maybe, other choices to talk about strengths and weaknesses of what you think you're going to face when you come in here.
Figuring out what your question is.
Was there a question in there? Yeah, there are a couple questions in there. But,
God bless you, Tom.
Deeply embedded.
choose any of the above.
I do think it's challenging for you to have a new board or the potential of a new board on a 2-year cycle, because I can see how you would just be starting an initiative and then potentially there's a new board that changes direction. So you could spend a lot of resources, financial and mental, and your energy. All of those resources are limited, only to have the ship about face in a short time.
In Mississippi, did everybody run at the same time 4 years, or did they alternate?
It's the same time for 4 years.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So in our city one, they alternate.
Our city does as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. I was impressed that your city and county have such a collaborative relationship, it appears. We don't have that necessarily there, and the city accounts for 31,000 of our 51,000 employees, not employees, but citizens. So that is something I would really love to see improve, and that's, I wanted to get involved with the city, county, there's some associations to potentially learn more about how to join those things, join forces, because I think if the city and the county worked together, again, you can get so much more done if you have more resources behind it, and you can also eliminate duplication.
Yeah, well, here we share this building with the city.
That's wonderful.
But we're looking for other ways to save by working along with the city. And the city guides us. Some of the things that affect us, we as a board don't get to vote on, like tax incremental financing, the TIF districts. That's a city vote. It affects us. It affects our revenue, but we don't get to vote on it. Did they have TIF districts where you were?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Okay.
There was a thought I wanted to tell you, and I can't remember now what it was. If it comes to me, maybe I'll raise my hand.
Okay, that's fine. Sunny?
Having sat here for 20 years, I've been through 4 county administrators. For the vast majority of that time, we have not had a full-time deputy or assistant administrator. Do you anticipate that you will need a deputy administrator?
I would not, but I don't know your structure here, and I don't know the demands of the job, but I will say that in the county that I am in, I'm the purchasing clerk, the personnel director, the county administrator, the controller, the person in charge of the budget. I have one HR person that does the onboarding of our new employees, and we have quite a cycle through because we have a regional correctional facility that we have about 80 correctional facility employees, and it's a revolving door. I mean, literally, we're onboarding new people every single week, and sometimes 3 at a time. I have, an accounts payable person, someone in purchasing, and someone in payroll, who runs payroll, and she also does all the receivables for me. So it's a very flat organization. I don't know how big or the workload is here, or if there's a lot of other functions that need to be taken care of, but for myself, where I currently am, I don't need an assistant. I don't know if that's...
Okay. Ron?
I did remember my other question.
Go ahead.
Statement I wanted to tell you.
Go ahead.
So about the city and county, so we have a shared road that right down the center line. One side is county, one side is city, and it is broken beyond repair, and it has been for years, and they can't agree to repair it. We have
Some of those.
$1.2 million in state aid funding available to us, and we were willing to, and it's going to cost $1.6 million to repair this road, so we wanted to, we'll ante up $800,000, you ante up $800,000. They said, no, use your 1.2 and then we'll split the difference and we'll commit $300,000. So they're at a stalemate, and in the meantime, we've built a $3 million sportsplex that you need access to, through this road. It's like children,
Thank you. Ron?
Well, children, we can relate to that.
I've watched some of your these meetings, though, and I really am impressed with how well everyone gets along and how everyone has a sense of humor.
Look at me for.
I don't know. Apparently, we put on a really good front, don't we?
I really do.
Yes, actually, I think we do. We do get along quite well.
That's right. You're not always going to agree on everything, but you have a sense of humor about it, and you allow each other's opinions.
Good to
Thank
know.
you.
Good to know how it
How you
looks from the
appear.
outside.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Our board has been quite conservative in its decisions. And you've investigated, you've checked into us, so you know what this county's about. Are there anything, is there anything that comes across to you when you're checking us out that you'd recommend to reduce our costs? What do you see that would just come to mind that say, you know what, you don't need this, or you could reduce this?
Well, it might just be a different structure, but in my county, we don't have a whole economic development department or planning. Well, we have planning, but it's to issue permits for, building permits. Those things, and the aging, those things are handled by outside entities. We have a South Delta Planning group who covers 3 or 4 counties, and they are funded, I think, by the state even, but they take care of those 2 things, the economic development for, these several counties, and the aging. So we don't even have a county department, dedicated to that. And I think I recall there was a few other instances where we don't even have a department called that, but I think also the animal control. We donate $15,000 to one of our municipalities, animal control, and that's our contribution. And the same thing with economic development. We contribute $200,000 to them per year, but we don't fund it, run it, control it. We appoint people to the board.
Thank you.
That leaves me. So as you can see, we're 7 pretty different people. And tasked with making these decisions, and we don't always agree. And it only takes 4 of us to have the county administrator carry something out for us. What do you do if 4 say, do this, and you don't really agree, and 3 others of the board don't agree? How would you handle that? That it's something that you don't really think is a good idea, and at least 3 of the other commissioners don't agree with it either.
I think it's just best to stay out of that, because this is the policy-making body, and you just need to let that operate the way that it does. And I've found it's just I can have an opinion up until when I make the recommendation, and then after that, I'm fine to let this body make that decision and me execute. I don't think there's any benefit in, kind of worming in there with, well, I don't think, there's no benefit. There's only downside, because it could be different people on the next situation. So I try to be professional relationships with everyone, and friendly and kind relationships, but not critical, I guess.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have any follow-ups or anything else to ask? Bob?
Your MBA, was that through the program at Flint, or did you do it?
Flint.
I did a year after you.
Did you really? And you did it in person?
I did the on campus and online. So
Yeah, I think I had one class.
just know how difficult it is to do that while you're working full-time
Oh, it
and
is.
families. and
Actually,
everything.
I got all of my education while I was raising a family and working full-time, so.
Wow.
I used to think that that was my most challenging thing in life, till I went to Mississippi. And they taught me there was a whole bigger challenge.
Things change south of the Mason-Dixon line, I can tell you.
There you go. There you go. Does anybody else have any more follow-up questions or anything?
So one of the things that's really different about where you're at is the jail. It sounds like a very busy jail.
It is.
Yeah.
And
Is
it
it
has
more than just a
problems.
jail? Is it take over, taking
We do have
prisoners
state
from-
inmates.
Okay, state inmates.
We have
okay,
state
yeah.
inmates.
How many beds you have in jail?
We have a contract with the state that we're automatically paid for 240 inmates. Whether we have, 50 or 100, we always have around 200. But we have state inmates that are female and local inmates and from all the surrounding counties. I think that the maximum is 300.
How old is your jail?
Not old, very old. I want to say 8 years. It was a $21 million investment, and it was a GO bond, and it's a challenge. Right now, it's leaking, where it's, the intent was it was going to at least be self-sustaining, self-supporting, and so far it has not been able to be, but we're hopeful.
Were some of the other organizations that weren't part of the general fund independent, like the road commission? It's operating independently of
No,
the
road
county?
department is one of ours, and that's a
Okay.
situation where that's an appointed position, as I am appointed, but the road manager, is in my office every
Okay.
single day. We're strategizing on,
So
what
they're not
needs to be done.
sort of separated, in other words?
Right. No, we do the payroll for, his staff is, I think, 75 people, and
Did you say that you don't have what is it, you don't have a health department, or you don't have like extended care for senior citizens, or?
actually both.
You don't have either?
Neither. We have we contribute to a health department and also to a mental health $297,000 allocation that we contribute each year. We do have a county-owned hospital, and we were successful in convincing them to make our $297,500 allocation to mental health on our behalf, because it is county-owned. We don't charge them rent. They don't, aren't part of the tax base, and they're sitting on $50 million cash. So it was a big struggle for us, and so we negotiated with them that, for them to take over that obligation, which we've entered a contract, which they are doing so.
So most of your, some of your departments are regional. Like you have a regional health department you contribute to.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Do you have any questions for us?
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you very much for allowing me even to be here. I truly do love Northern Michigan. I love the public service aspect, and so I'm really excited about all that. I guess just an understanding, my current appointment is, every single year people are reappointed. It's not like you're reappointed for the term of the board. It's every year they get to make that decision. And I'm just wondering how that operates here. And when there is a turnover of the supervisor, or the commissioners, is there a turnover of the county administrator?
No, actually, the county administrator coming in would have a contract. Usually, Chris, is it usually 3 years or a specified amount of time?
Yeah, usually it's 3 years.
Right. So we've had instances where a new board came in and said, when your contract's up, you're done. But generally, it's a 3-year contract is what we would be looking for at this point, yeah.
Do you anticipate any issues with people that are currently here on staff that feel like they should have been put in the position?
They didn't apply.
Okay,
So
so
no.
it's just an open
No, there wasn't
application.
like a succession plan where we're
Sure,
kind of
okay.
usurping anybody at all that I'm aware of, no. They had the opportunity to apply if they wanted to.
Okay.
So,
And I'm assuming that you're looking for something like in the fall or winter timeframe?
fall.
Okay.
Yep.
if I can get past October 1 and that
Okay.
startup of the new budget, I'm good to
Okay.
go.
Good to know, October 1. Okay.
Is that non-negotiable?
It really isn't. I am going fast and furious right now on the budget.
Because
and
that's kind of what it sounded like to me.
Non-negotiable, yeah.
No, that you were going fast and furious on that budget.
I am. I'm trying really hard to get it accomplished and get everything in shape so that if there were a need to pull any timing forward, I'm trying to create some flexibility.
Thank you.
Anything else at all?
Nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming.
I greatly
We really
appreciate
appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, it was nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Do we need a break before
No,
we?
let's get it done, please.
Okay, well, wait for James to come back for just a second here. And we'll discuss. Hold on. We're waiting. Talk amongst yourselves.
Why do we need him to come back?
Well, there's kind of a process, so hold on.
I kind of liked where they got rid of the planner. Did you notice that, John? I saw John chuckling back there.
John's tan kind of left his face a little bit when they talked about that.
I saw you two talking together there.
later. You're out of here.
Yes, here comes James. Okay, James. What's the next step, please?
We've decided we're going to give you the job, Jen.
Yeah. No more interviews. Okay, you have to turn your microphone to you if you're going to sit and talk. Okay.
Okay. At this point, it really is up to the board how you would like to go about the discussion. I can give you some outline and some general suggestion.
Okay.
Hopefully, you use the score sheets. Hopefully, you took some good notes. The goal for this can be to come up with a candidate that you would like to offer an initial employment to, or at least begin discussions with. My recommendation is that you do use a ranking system of some kind if there's more than one candidate that is satisfactory to you. It helps both in the discussions with the candidates as well as moving forward so that you don't focus in your discussions on just one candidate. That I think is helpful for the county to have that option, as well as for an understanding as we move forward what we now need to talk with these candidates and start a process of negotiation with one candidate. That's my middle recommendation. My last recommendation is that if you wish to move forward with a candidate, to designate your chair as the individual that will start to have those initial discussions. I'm happy to facilitate, along with the county attorney, to see if we can move forward. That is one framework that we can start with. It has to start back to the beginning, though. I wanted to lay out the whole potential process of how to discuss the candidates, and we can return to that if there's any, after there's questions on kind of the 50,000-foot view.
Okay. Cheryl, did you have something? I saw your hand.
Well, I was going to suggest that I would throw out a rank order
And I was gonna
start
say
a conversation.
Okay.
So
What is
my-
your favorite?
My rank order would be Eric, number 1, Vicky, number 2, and Thomas, a distant third.
Me too.
Okay, so we have consensus on that one. We have a nod
Yes.
here. How do we feel about that at this end?
I would agree with that.
You would? Sonny?
I'm fine with that.
Fine with that or good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay, just checking. What do you think?
That'd be my ranking on these three.
Okay. I felt, as I think you did, that was a standout.
Yeah, he has a lot of strengths. All the things that we discussed, he's been there, done that. And plus, he's very familiar with Michigan and Michigan's ways. He's a very strong candidate.
Yeah, I think Eric, hands down, is head and shoulders above the other candidates that we
Yeah.
interviewed tonight, you know, without question. You know, the colonel has, you know, a lot of military background. You know, I think he's a little long-winded a little bit, though, you know, it might make our meetings last a little longer. I am concerned with Vicki. While I would support her as our number 2 candidate, I'm concerned with her experience. I'm concerned with the fact that she has no health department, no EDC, no planning department, and no experience in those fields. You know, that's a big jump. I'm concerned that, you know, if we went that way, we could potentially be setting her up to fail, because the jump is pretty big from where she's at to where we are.
And I would disagree. I would have her as my number 1 if I was certain that she would be available. She loses points for me because we might not be able to get her for several months, and I'm interested in sooner rather than later.
Okay.
So that's the biggest negative for me. I think the experience that she has through her non-governmental work fills in a lot of the gaps that you guys are concerned about. I mean, she had HR experience, you know, she had all this experience through auto industry, management stuff. I think she's got the credentials, but I'm just concerned that she's not going to be available when we want her. So as a number 2, I think she's a very strong number 2.
Okay.
And I think Eric, to me, was hands down the one that I think could hit the ground running here.
I agree.
I think
with
so.
his experience, because what he does have over Vicki too is the experience within Michigan of working within the system, trying to work with our legislators to help alleviate some of this stuff, and you know, basically going through some of the same issues that we're going through, he has gone through too. I think she's very strong. Also, and this may sound strange, but she almost came across as too nice, you know. I'm sure she could probably be a lot tougher than what she looks.
She'd take
probably.
you, buddy.
Well, that's nothing. You know, I mean, I will say that I was extremely pleased at the interviews, because I was really concerned that we were going to have to start over. On paper, they didn't look like much to me, and you know, I keep using to say the thing knocked my socks off, and they were, you know. So
Good job, James.
Tom?
Yeah, well, the list of different departments that are within or independent of the county of Mississippi, and then Oak Park, you know, there are things that he doesn't have also, because it's a city, it's not a county. So, you know, we talked more about what was different about her county, because it was a county, and it's, you know, definitely stood out that there were some differences, but we didn't necessarily go into it as deeply with Oak Park, you know, for the same comparison. But I think they're very close candidates, and I could, you know, with more discussion, I could be persuaded to maybe change the order of the first 2, but, you know, at first, I did write scores on my sheets. I did add them up, and I tried to keep it as balanced as possible, because the first candidate, you know, is like where we're also, you know, doing a process that we're going to repeat 2 more times. You become a little bit better at thinking about it as you do the second and third one. So there's a difference there, right? So I tried to be as fair as I could in evaluating the same way, scoring them the same way, but I think, you know, the second and third one, you know, just on some things, a lot of things actually are sort of interchangeable in the order, and I'm just sort of hoping that tonight we don't do everything towards making the final decision, but we definitely finish with the ranking, we finish with the discussion, we maybe talk about something we haven't talked about yet, and that is how this contract could be different than the current contract with our current administrator, so that we get started, you know, like where we want to be. You know, like a spending limit is definitely something that should be discussed. It sounds like that she didn't have an assistant administrator, and he has an assistant manager, so that stands out because that's a big deal, whether we don't have an assistant or not. And we do get to decide that, or we should let our county administrator that we hire sort of decide that. I don't know what the rules are, but that's on the table, I would say, whether there would be an assistant or not. And not just because one person did or didn't have an assistant currently, or, in where they're at right now. But, one of the other really big differences with her is that how many different hats she wears. I mean, that sounds almost impossible that she's running so many different things at one time and being the administrator. It's remarkable, actually, that she's doing that. That would be an extraordinary characteristic on her part, that she's able to do all that. Personally, I did quite a bit of internet searching myself, and I feel like I know them, and I think they look they're a lot better in person than they were on paper. I'd also say that a lot better, because like, what did you say, Bob? You said you considered even reopening the listing. I had at least a couple days where I thought the same thing. And then I didn't know whether that would hurt or harm us, whether we did that or not, because it might throw people off. You might actually lose candidates. We already did lose one candidate for a reason I'm not aware of, but and then we added her back in. I thought it was nice that she was the third candidate when we interviewed as well, because there was some kind of order to that her application came in later, basically, which was a concern of mine. But I thought the process went really well, and it did seem to pick up a little bit of momentum in the second and third one, maybe because we were picking up momentum as a group, I'm not sure, but the first one seemed to move a little bit slower, perhaps.
Because he had very long answers.
Yeah.
Very long answers.
Could get a word in.
Yeah. So what is the process tonight? I mean, can we vote on this? I mean, how much longer do we want to prolong this?
Well, I think that personally, my opinion is that we should vote on, we kind of have an order right now, and we should go ahead and vote on making Eric an offer.
Madam Chairman, I would move
There we go.
that Grand Traverse County Board make an offer to Eric Tungate and direct the county civil council to develop a contract.
I'll second that.
If I could just add, direct civil council with the assistance of the board chair.
That's fine.
To develop the contract and authorizing the board chair to execute that agreement.
Well, I'm not going to execute the agreement until that contract comes to this whole board.
I'm sorry, I skipped over that part.
Yes.
I was going to say, I would very much like to review any contract before we make an offer.
Fully intended to do that. Cheryl has made the offer to me to assist in the contract process, and absolutely.
Well, we have corporate counsel for that, but the point is that I would
Second set of eyes on it, no problem.
And I really appreciate Tom's comment about the job description, because I really think that as a board, it's our responsibility to look at that job description before the offer is made, because I don't think it's fair to whomever we offer the job to not let them know what our expectations are. And I think our expectations are somewhat different. I mean, it's a lengthy document.
The job description, I believe, was published as part of the recruiting thing. So if you're going to make significant changes to the job description, you obviously have to do that up front, because that job description was part of the initial packet that these people applied for.
I think the job description, that is okay, but I think what you're asking for is some very specific things to be laid out in the contract, which is fine. Yes.
I mean, we had talked about...
There are some very specific expectations.
We had talked about an expectation that for, the first year that the new administrator would agree to not have a deputy for the first year, so that person we could see what that person could do, and they could, figure out if there's talent within the organization or whatever, as opposed to coming in and immediately hiring another $130,000 employee to...
We can talk about whether or not you could put that in a
Well, you
contract.
just said we agreed. Who?
No.
Okay.
I'm not saying we
Okay,
agreed.
all right. I was wondering where this...
No, there wasn't
thought
any
of it.
agreement.
Okay.
I'm saying we've had conversations about whether or not, and you heard the question being
Whether or
asked.
not it was needed.
Whether we need a deputy administrator, which is a $130,000-plus ticket item, and we're hiring someone at a $130,000-plus ticket item. Do we need to be spending $250,000 right now on administration, or should we say, let's hire a new person, see what they can do, and then authorize, additional help if they need it? I mean, all they have to do is come to us and
I
say,
think
but...
Mr. Forsythe has something to say on that.
I think that's absolutely right. What I wanted to point out is, if the suggestion is we somehow create a clause in the contract that discusses the ability to hire a deputy administrator, something we could work on, certainly, but I think the better suggestion is this board created that position, I believe, at the end of 2015. So it was a board-created position. So if the board can create it, and if the board chooses, the board can take that position away. So I don't know how we would go about inserting that into a contract versus, wouldn't it be easier for the board just to decide at some later point, do we really need that position?
Eliminate the line item from the budget.
There's one way.
If I may.
Yes, please.
I've had an opportunity to review your position description, and it was included in the advertisement, and it's comprehensive, it's broad. I'm certain that we could all sit here and line item a few things in and a line item a few things out, but it's broad and it describes the duties. I think some of this discussion, it's goals specific in a time period for the new administrator to achieve. To me, those are two different things. You can have your position description, you can have your contract, and you can have an Appendix A to that contract, and that Appendix A can lay out the expectations for the administrator in set a time frame is to evaluate X, evaluate Y, report back to this, and do this. And if you want to include that at the time of signature so that everyone is on the same page, that's my advice, because that document then can change. You can update it year over year if necessary, but keep your contract
Broad.
Clean.
Yeah, together.
Yes.
That contract would be, I want to use the term evergreen, but that contract is contract terms of employment for now and for foreseeable future of the term. Add an appendix. You guys should debate and discuss that appendix like crazy maybe, but the contract terms should be relatively straightforward. And then your position description, you can update that in time, but to me it wasn't terribly deficient. It was fine. That's at least a way forward, potentially.
Okay. Yes, Dan?
I want to move forward on it, so I want to figure out a way to move forward tonight.
Okay.
He made a motion, I made a
There's a
second.
motion on the floor. There's
Yeah.
a second.
Okay.
And we were just having some discussion, which is...
Yes, and then we're having
procedurally how we
discussion.
normally do
Procedurally,
that.
that's how we're supposed to do it. Is there any, so the motion is that we plan to make an offer to Eric Tungate, and that we authorize the board chair with the help of...
To work with corporate counsel.
Corporate counsel.
Put together a
And our
contract
own
and an offer.
personal lawyer here, to help out in negotiating a contract with that person.
Are you okay with that, Chris? Or do we need James to help us with that? I know that's part of the service that we're paying for, or are we good?
I mean, I totally leave that up to you.
James says he wants to leave.
James says he wants...
My suggestion is your motion is very good as it is. The
Okay.
appropriate people are identified. I continue to be a resource throughout
Okay.
this process. I will work in every way possible, whether that's on the contract, the appendix if you wish to go that route, or the position description to offer input. Whatever you'd like.
Okay, Cheryl has a question.
Is he under consideration for any other job right now?
Not through GovHR, nor to my knowledge.
Okay, so we're not going to get into a bidding war.
Let me say it this way. He's not under obligation for any other contract. You are. He is currently employed. So I don't have any knowledge about that situation. I only say that because of experience. But no, I believe he is very interested in this position. I believe that he presented, in your opinion, well, and I think you're going to, have an opportunity to engage in a useful negotiation.
Thank you.
At this point, do we have you write an offer letter, or are you going to let him know that he's our choice so far?
At this point,
The motion isn't even
We haven't voted on it yet.
No, I'm just asking the process after.
if the motion is approved, I would contact all three candidates and inform them verbally of the results of this evening. I would then instruct Eric to work with you on the next steps.
Okay.
GovHR will we won't inform any other candidates, and I will also tell the other two candidates that no process is complete until a contract is signed. We won't inform the other candidates that remain in the pool until that contract is also signed.
You tell them the ranking?
I will, because it's public,
Well,
and I'm sure they will watch it.
Maybe, wherever they are, watching it as it is.
Yes, they will
So-
understand the ranking and the opportunity that each have.
Okay. Tom, you have a
Okay,
question?
so let's break down what the agreement would look like. We've already advertised the job description. We haven't shared,
Hold on.
No.
Can I pause you for a second?
Sure.
Can we vote on the motion, and then we can have discussion on that? That would be, I think, appropriate to.
I thought we were still continuing discussion before we vote.
But what we could do is we can vote on the motion.
You can vote on the motion because you're going to ask about the process.
And if we're talking about an appendix, then we
Yes.
have that as a separate issue.
Yes. So I would say, let's vote on the motion, and it's fairly important, so let's go with a roll call, just for fun.
Mayor?
The motion
what's
is...
the motion?
The motion is to make an offer to Eric Tungate and to authorize me and Chris Forsythe to work on a contract.
Okay, but the reason that I brought up the other thing is that we're going to make him an offer, but we're going to take a look at the job description, probably don't need to change it. We're going to look at the contract, like the one that Mr. Menzel has, and we're going to consider an appendix, which isn't part of the agreeing to the offer, because we haven't decided it yet.
Right.
No. Okay.
So you're, so
So yes or no?
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
See,
No, I just-
you're learning.
No, I
No,
get
we're
it.
good, we're
We're
good.
doing
Sarah,
just fine,
continue.
yeah.
Tom was a yes.
Gorflep?
Yes.
Wheelock?
Yes.
Klaus?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Lathrop?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so that's done. So, they're all happy over there.
Time I kissed your hand.
Okay. So, does the board have any direction for me at this point as to
Adjourn us.
adjourn us?
Yeah, we're tired.
And Chris and I will work on it, or?
I think that, address Tom's concerns.
Yes.
One of the things that, I know that is, a problem, at least in my mind, is the nearly unlimited spending capability of the administration. But that is addressed.
That's a policy.
That's a policy that we can change.
That's a board
nothing to do with
purchasing
the
policy that we can
contract.
change at any meeting whatsoever.
And I think
It has
that with
nothing-
any new
and it doesn't
administrator,
need to
that should be changed.
It doesn't need to be part of the contract. That's a purchasing policy issue. I believe that when our new administrator is in-house, I think one of our first priorities has to be a review of our strategic plan and make sure that we're all still on agreement.
And I also think that going over the purchasing policy and those thresholds, especially for someone new coming in, at least for a while, or for the comfort of the board, those need to be adjusted.
Want
I think we'll-
to get a handle on
I
them.
think we've all learned a lot.
Yes.
And I think we'll do a good job with this
I think
guy.
so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think we can work with that person to figure out where those thresholds could be and where those policies lie.
James, do you have any
Hold on.
idea about a timeline for him?
I do not. I'm
I'll ask.
certain that he has a clause in his current agreement of notice that he must provide, but I
Can
do
you let
not.
us know what that is?
I will.
Thank you.
I will ask the question and I will let you know.
Thank you.
Tom, did you have
Okay,
something
so
else?
just, before we have a new administrator, before there's a transition, I would like to go over that. If it's policy, that's fine. But I see it as at least three things. There's a job description, which we posted, or, we advertised it. We didn't ever really talk about the current administrator's contract and changes that we would make, so I think we should. And any appendix to the agreement, one of the things that I think James is suggesting is that it's not so tight that it can't be changed. Because when we went over our board rules, I thought we made some things too tight that weren't necessary because the board rules had been working for some time, and I think we tightened it up and restricted it in a couple of places where we didn't need to. And then on the strategic planning, as far as I'm concerned, we never really went beyond the 1-year point. And, we were talking about 3 to 5 years. I think we have a lot of work to do on the strategic plan for the longer-term things. Because everything we talked about, I think we could accomplish within about a year, as far as I recall.
One of the things I liked about this guy, he
has a 3-year
talked all the
budget.
time about the long-term stuff.
Yes.
And he said he has
He
a
does a
3-year
3-year
budget.
budget.
So
I
I
like
think
that a
that he
lot.
can help us
Like
come
that a
up
lot.
with some better things that would be
Yeah.
longer term.
3-year budget is a great idea,
Oh,
because
yeah.
that would be another thing I would suggest for the future, is that we have a 3-year sort of revolving budget. So that
Absolutely.
we're not just at the mindset of 1 year at a time, because so many of our other things are more than 1 year at a time. And I think our budget needs to be looked at 3 years at a time.
Could I suggest that Commissioner Mayer would perhaps bullet point for us, like areas of the contract that you personally have concerns in, and areas for an addendum that you would personally like to see? And I think it would be a great kickoff point for us for discussion.
We might need to have a study session on
We
the
might need to
contract
have a
and
study
and all that kind of
You know,
stuff.
I mean, our next meeting, you're not going to be here, so we're not going to have that discussion. That'd be next Wednesday, that's our next board meeting. So, I mean, I don't know how fast this is going to move, but potentially it could move fairly fast. I
It
mean,
could.
you're offering somebody a job and they're going to change their life, they're going to want to get a contract signed pretty quickly
I'll
if they're
speak
going
to
to
him
change their life.
about his
so.
timeline.
Okay.
I plan to talk to him in the morning.
So that
and
means
speak
we
to him
need to
about
move
his
fairly
timeline.
quickly too. So,
Yeah.
Tom, if you could
And I'll get back to everybody on that.
kind of
Yeah,
kick
put
us
down
off
some-
on that.
Yeah, please, if you have some thoughts, because I've read through Tom Menzel's contract as well, and there are some things that may or may not fit with this next person. So, yes, James.
One item to consider, and I will defer to your attorney, in negotiating a contract and terms and conditions that are in it, you may have the opportunity to go into closed session to consider some of those terms and conditions, at least to debate and discuss. Again, I defer to him, but I think the opportunity to schedule that for a workshop when you have some bones, whichever document or both documents, whether it can be closed or not, you'll need an opinion, but that probably is, knowing that probably is an appropriate way to go.
Can we have Tom and other members, if we have things regarding the contract or any addendums or appendices, is that the right word?
Yep.
To it, can we send them to you
Well,
or not?
so the only concern I have with that is the sharing of information and the back and forth
Yeah.
in a conversation that is happening outside of an open meeting.
Right.
What I know, having done this several times in the past, is, I mean, there's going to be a negotiation. We're going to want our terms, he's going to want his terms. There's going to have to be meetings in the middle somewhere. And so, although I do appreciate and I want input from board members, I think at this point, maybe we kind of take a wait and see approach. And then, as suggested, maybe we have a study session, or if we can, go into closed session and take it step by step.
To review the
Let me talk
contract
to
to
him and
ratify.
see what his jumping off point is. Let me,
Well, he's going
Talk
to
to him.
he's going to look to us to throw out the first volley.
Well,
I mean,
yes.
obviously, that's how it works. We throw out the first volley, and then he responds, so.
but I would like to talk to him and see what his time frame is, what his
Sure.
conditions might be. Yes.
Yeah, in the middle somewhere, there could be a closed session. That's perfectly reasonable, as long as we're not making decisions, obviously.
Right.
And then, before we close tonight, there is a thing about a second public comment that we don't want to forget.
Oh, I won't forget that. Okay, so we're good. It's good work, good questions. Thank you for sticking with it through another marathon session, but it was important to get this rolling, and like Dan said, let's get moving. Let's get moving on it.
Yep.
So, we'll open it up for second public comment. Anybody and everybody? No? No. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.